Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Keep your savings on track while you make lasting summer memories with the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account. Earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money's always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our share and IRA certificates too. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch to get started. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
The Working Families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
While in the line at the grocery store, crash-proof consumer Rob Lukens met a neighbor concerned about their retirement future.
I was standing in the checkout line at a grocery store, and people were complaining about the food costs. And I happened to turn to somebody, and I heard them talking to a person behind them about their 401k. I said, "What do you do?" And they looked at me with a blank stare, and they said, "There's not much I can do." And I said, "That's sad. Can you imagine if the market goes down, that you wouldn't lose any money?" And the guy laughed and said, "That doesn't exist." And I said, "It does exist. It's a program called Crash Proof. I have not lost a penny. My wife and I are averaging over 8% a year." I wrote down the phone number and I said, "Call," because the earlier you start, the more money you're going to save.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
What would you do with up to $10,000 to travel anywhere in the world? Right now, Lemus Remodeling Group is giving homeowners in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware the chance to win big with their 2026 travel voucher sweepstakes. Just enter by May 31st, and you could be packing your bags for the trip of a lifetime. Your dream vacation on Lemus. For official rules and to enter, visit golemus.com. That's golemus.com. No purchase necessary.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
One of the most powerful women in Pennsylvania working for you, our Senate president here in PA, pro tempore officially, Kim Ward, in the House, in studio, in person, and somebody who is not only one of the most powerful women, but somebody who is known for her great work ethic and working for the people of Pennsylvania. I'm just quoting from some of you as I look at social media, some of the things that are being said about Kim Ward. We'll talk about women's issues, but more importantly, this is about people's issues and Pennsylvanians' issues. Kim Ward, welcome in, Senator. We're so glad to have you in-house, in studio here at Odyssey World Headquarters.
It's so nice to be here and see you in person.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. That was so sweet. So let's get into it and you know, where to begin. There's a lot. I'm going to begin with the big story that we're talking about. And I have so much to get through. So thank you for being here and giving us this length of time. But the story that has been breaking is the story that's disturbing anytime we talk about it. And that is somebody arrested, accused of violent threats of violence against elected officials. In this case, at least 20 Democrats. And so just your reaction and whether or not you in the Senate and you in Senate, obviously leadership within our Pennsylvania Senate, whether you've been briefed on this, warned about it, and what's going on.
So it is incredibly scary, especially with what's happening out here in the world today. And I did hear about it yesterday. So I've been on the phone this morning with someone in my office that we are going to look at this and why it took so long for some of those members to be notified. They were notified by letter, and it was 3 weeks ago. So that is not acceptable. That is not providing safety as it should be provided for members of the legislature. And we were going to be looking into what we do to make sure something like this, where you have a big time lapse, that can't happen. That cannot happen. So
Yes.
we're going to see we change. What needs to be changed.
Well, the other piece of this is, you know, number one, of course, we condemn that. I talk about this all the time. You talk about it. We say, let's simmer down, everybody, and get rid of this rhetoric. But I can't help but notice thinking about the media attention. This is, as it should be, it's a big story today. But there are other times when I know attorney Linda Kearns, for example, representing various people across Pennsylvania who have been either election workers or people with a lawn sign that happens to represent a Republican. And this is all across Pennsylvania. Last election, Abington, Montgomery County, but all over. And so part of what I see here is the media, how the media reports certain things. You can have people being threatened. On one side, it doesn't seem like it's as big a story. Then on the other side, and just your thoughts or observations on that level, what you think should happen within the media when we ever have threats of violence against any elected official.
That should be a top story always. And we should have the process, which we do have a process, but we need to make sure that all of those legislators and anybody supporting any candidate, it's the First Amendment, that's their right, are not threatened. And as for the rhetoric, it's outrageous. They are constantly beating up the president, which comes down to all of us, because a lot of these people making threats and doing things, they don't know the difference between state government and federal government. And so we all have to be on high alert. And actually, just this past week, Senator Lisa Baker from the northeastern part of the state had a vehicle parked outside of her house. And then when she left, it followed her, and then another car picked up and followed her to an event with cameras. Those people then came into the Capitol and tried to follow her around the Capitol during her job. That is scary, and that is harassment that should not be tolerated.
It sounds like stalking.
It very much like stalking. That's exactly what it is. And, parked outside of her house and riding up and down in front of her house with a vehicle.
Yeah.
That would make anybody, any person, elected or not, very uneasy and needed to be reported to the police, which she did do. She did report it to the police.
Yeah, as she should. Some of these, and we'll follow that investigation. I want to get into it, especially since I just paid my PICO bill in Pennsylvania and really across our region. I know in New Jersey as well, but in Pennsylvania, thinking about energy prices on the rise in Pennsylvania. And I talk about all of this all the time. You think about it, and we keep hearing that we're sitting on and living on liquid gold, and yet we pay among the highest rates for our power, for our energy bills in the nation. And so there's a lot of blame and a lot of finger pointing. What's the real reason that these prices are going up, up, up in Pennsylvania?
Well, for one thing, we have to keep a good baseload of energy. And it's hard. So when Governor Wolf was the governor here in PA, and as you just mentioned, we are sitting on liquid gold. He put that Regional Green Gas House initiative. He tried to get Pennsylvania in with New York, I think New Jersey, a bunch of states, blue states, that do not have our resources. We are not them. And, the Republican Senate took him to court because they said Reggie was essentially a carbon tax that he doesn't have the ability to tax as the governor. Only the legislature can enact a tax. So we won in court. And Governor Shapiro, even though, he was riding both sides of the fence while he was running for governor, between his labor unions and the environmentalists, when we won in court, he then challenged that. So he created a lot of uncertainty in the energy costs. And then we talked about the cap. This is not just about utilities. They're not solely to blame for this. So the governor, I know you've heard him say, he led the way on a cap, Governor Shapiro's cap. What that cap did, because it went grid wide, and PJM, they cover the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia. So those states are still following their green dreams, and they're not creating enough energy for their big data centers and things that they're putting in everywhere. We in Pennsylvania are supplying that energy. So when the cap came in, while they were paying, I think, 422, 466 per megawatt hour in those states, we were thinking 276 per megawatt hour, right in that area. But once that cap was enacted and it went grid wide, we're not paying $60 more per megawatt hour in Pennsylvania. Think about that. We are the producers of this energy. We are exporting this energy, and we are paying more. It is just crazy.
Well, and it's what you're saying, and I recently heard State Treasurer Stacey Garrity, who is running against Shapiro, challenging Shapiro for the governorship. But I did hear Treasurer Garrity talk about this and say that, to your point, that in fact that delayed updating the grid. And so how many years has it been? So we now have a situation where we're behind the 8 ball. Is that fair to say we have an antiquated grid in some senses as far as keeping up to date?
We do. And further on that issue, because of these policies that the Democrats had put in place, the Democratic governors, we hadn't had a power plant built here in Pennsylvania since 2019. And they were closing down power plants. So we are, trying to build and trying to get our grid up to where it needs to be. Most folks don't know that just a couple years ago, we almost had, a rolling blackout.
Really?
Yeah. Yes. It was at Christmas time. But, we have to have enough base load. And while we do want all forms of energy, and hey, look, if I had to replace my roof in my house right now, I'd put some solar panels in. But we're talking about base load that runs our economy. Mm-hmm. And we have it right here underneath our feet, and we need to let it rip.
So how do you, as a legislator, how do you make that happen?
Well, I think we made a big dent last year in the budget when we got Governor Shapiro to give in and drop his Reggie case. Mm-hmm. That was a big deal because you started to see things opening up again. Pipelines, building of power plants, you started to see things open up again. So I think we did a great job. Senator Joe Pittman did a great job on that. I always give him kudos because when he called me and said that they're going to get rid of Reggie, I'm like, okay, Joe, mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, right. But he did lead the way. And Senator Yaw did a great job on this too. He's been ringing the alarm for years about our grid. So I think that was a big step forward.
And so moving forward, though, this takes time. So how do you try to expedite it?
It does take time. Well, permitting, which we were also able to get some of that done in last year's budget, but not holding up the building of these power plants, not holding up the pipelines, not holding things up. We need more permitting reform. We did a good chunk last year, but not enough, so that these entities that are building power plants that are going to help us don't get held up, mm-hmm. that they get it done. Let's just get it done. It still takes a couple years, but I think we are heading toward the right track. We still have work to do, but I think we are heading toward the right track.
You mentioned as far as New York, other states that we're on the grid with. That brings me into Governor Hochul and her choice recently, which many that were applauding, and that's the issue of school choice. But Governor Shapiro is holding out on this one. And just for those of you who don't know this, and I can't believe you haven't heard me say it before, but Governor Shapiro impressed a lot of people when he ran for governor. He was even on Fox News and so-called conservative stations promising school choice. He famously line item, scratched it out of the budget. So now fast forward to Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, and bringing in the school choice scholarship program. Do you think that puts the pressure on Shapiro, and your reaction to that?
So I think Governor Hochul has kind of not committed, again, backtracked a little bit since she has first said that, saying, well, I have to see all the details now. Ugh. She probably got great pressure from her teachers' unions, I'm sure. And Governor Shapiro, if he doesn't want to opt in, I think he does that at his own political peril. It doesn't cost the state one penny for this to happen. And that money is going somewhere. If our folks in Pennsylvania decide that they're going to take the federal credit, that money's going somewhere. So if he doesn't do it, I would say he doesn't do it because he is fearful and he will not stand up. We already know that he won't stand up. Will not stand up to the teachers union and to the left base. He won't do it. Look, the guy wants to be president. He wants to be able to go to the DNC next year and talk about, things that he's trying to do in Pennsylvania. I got gun control. I got abortion at birth. I got minimum wage at $20 an hour. He wants to say all those things. That's why he's after the Senate. That's why he's trying to win the Senate, because we're the wall. The Republican Senate control is the wall against all of that stuff. Much of it is crazy stuff. And, if he doesn't do it, it's because, again, he's just, he's a little bit weak. And I think he does it at his own political peril, because those are dollars that don't cost our taxpayers a penny, and they help many, many students. And we all know, we've talked extensively in the past about the failing schools in Pennsylvania, and those kids, those poor kids that they're low income, they're failing, they're trapped. Yes. That's not right. We are setting those kids up for failure instead of for success. So, he's going to do what he's going to do. But, I would hope that he would think this out and do the right thing, but we'll see.
Well, we have State Senator Kim Ward in the House. Kim, can you stick around? Can we take a quick break? There's so much more to talk about. We appreciate you being here in studio live, Odyssey World Headquarters. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Quick break. We'll be right back.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity, and pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1Call.org.
If your kitchen has been on your to-do list for years, Kitchen Magic has news for you. This May is the month to finally do it. We're offering up to 30% off kitchen renovations, plus flexible financing designed to fit any budget. Kitchen Magic has been family-owned and operated right here in Nazareth since 1979, and our team is ready to bring your dream kitchen to life. Don't wait another year. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's get started.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Saturday, May 30th, Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. With special guest, Gregory Page. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Jason Mraz.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, That's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Philadelphia, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust, a family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists, just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all, training, payroll, and support, so you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Philly families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 267-489-1601. That's 267-489-1601. Call now. 267-489-1601. 267-489-1601.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Dawn Stensland here with Pennsylvania Senator Kim Ward, pro tempore. Headlines that I'm looking at this morning, media headlines. Pennsylvania budget proposes $900K for food as medicine program to help local families. And other ones, Pennsylvania House greenlights Governor Shapiro's proposed budget on a bipartisan vote. Shapiro administration highlights the governor's proposed budget. All positive headlines. Shapiro's administration's investments in behavioral health and crisis response. A lot of positive headlines, if you notice, in the media today and even over the past few weeks about the Shapiro administration and this budget. So I'll ask you, Senator Ward, what would your headline about Governor Shapiro's budget look like? What's your headline?
A fantasy. He is, we have a $6 billion structural deficit. $6 billion. And the money that he has put in the budget to spend this year doesn't exist. We don't have taxes on skill games. We don't have recreational marijuana. Again, for the second or third year in a row, he put in fantasy spending. It's wishful thinking. It's unicorns. It's rainbows. We have to find a way to pay for what we need to pay for and stop spending where we don't need to spend. And, once you start spending on something, it's really hard to pull that back. It's very, very difficult. So I think we have a tough road ahead of us. I see the House is just going to, they just want to send a budget. It was an easy thing to do. We'll just send it over to the Senate and say they haven't moved it. Yeah, we're not going to move a $53.3 billion budget. They know that.
$53.3 billion. This is presented by Governor Josh Shapiro. And that would increase spending, to your point, by about 5.5%, $2.7 billion. And so where does the money come from?
So,
who pays?
Go ahead.
No.
Okay. So the Democrats like to say this does not include a tax increase. Well, guess what? It's going to include a tax increase. Maybe not this year, but after he's not running anymore for governor. It's probably a positive thing when you're running for president on the Democratic ticket to say you raise taxes, because Democrats love to raise taxes. They like to spend, spend, spend. They're going to create a huge hole that needs to be filled. It's going to have to be filled. Where does that money come from? It doesn't grow on trees. It comes from the people who we represent, who are working hard every day. They go to work for 8 hours. They come home. Do they spend like this? Do they put themselves? What happens when someone privately, you put yourself in debt that far? We can't do that as a state. We can't do that at Commonwealth. We cannot do that to the families. It's going to end up being about $2,100 per family if we would pass a budget that high. $2,100. That's a lot. That's a lot. So, we're going to give them back a budget that we think that Pennsylvanians can live with and do the best we can. But, I've sat in those budget meetings and you have, a Democratic House when they're not afraid to spend. They don't care. You have the governor who obviously wants to spend a boatload of money. And you have us. We, again, are the wall. And I've sat in those meetings when we will come back and say, well, how about if we do this instead? And they'll say, you don't have 26 votes. And they just dig in. So it's a challenge, but we're up to it. That's why we're there. And we're going to fight. We're going to fight as hard as we can for the people that we represent.
Yeah, and one of this, and I want to talk about this as well around the corner, and that is that his spending plan is looking at dipping into that $4.6 billion little rainy day fund or big rainy day fund. So that's the question I want to pose to you. If we can just take a quick break so we hit the top of the hour and talk about the rainy day fund and why there's such opposition to just wiping out a rainy day fund. Is that something that you support if you're a Pennsylvania resident and taxpayers? 855-839-1210. We appreciate State Senator Kim Ward, pro tempore, in the House, just taking on the questions. And none of this is rehearsed. None of this is scripted. Really just having the conversation. If you have a question or an issue and you're on the YouTube chat, there's something that you've been wondering about, or if you want to call, even give Dan or Jimmy Kelly, some sense of what you're asking about, we'd love to hear from you. The Dawn Show continues right after this.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
A special Dawn Stensland show here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Thanks for joining us live here. And if you're watching us on YouTube as well, and comment along on the YouTube chat, join the pro tempore of the state Senate. Kim Ward is in the House. We're talking about the Shapiro budget. It's a huge budget. And one of the things that was achieved that I spent a ton of time over the past couple of years talking about, so-called RGGI, RGGI. One of the things, Senator Ward, that you were able to accomplish, and I know you've told me in the past you were proud of this, was, eliminating what really was a tax on electricity on consumers. It was $1.5 billion. Take me forward, though, how you fill these gaps and what that looks like as far as the budget battle.
Well, Reggie, we didn't really collect money off of Reggie because we were still in court. But what it did was create uncertainty so that our rates kept increasing. So that's over with. That's done. Now, moving forward, again, as we spoke about earlier, we have to worry about getting these power plants up and running so that we can use that liquid gold that we walk on every day in Pennsylvania to help our families and to help our Commonwealth. I mean, that if we could go to our full capacity, we would probably not be so short in the budget when it comes to, what we have available, our revenues.
And so with this, you talk about, and I know that Shapiro had he was talking about that lightning energy plan. You don't hear about it as much anymore, but these, thinking about the grid manager, PJM, what the back and forth with them, and then what does that look like as far as the restart of different, we hear clean energy plants and all of that, but I know there's one in Indiana County, for example. How fast can these things, that one, the Indiana County one, right? That's the Homer City
right
generation sites. Take me through, what this looks like. It means jobs, but it means putting us back on the map. And then I just wonder, with the backdrop, thinking about the energy conversation, and we hear at the federal level. I remember when back in the day, Doug Burgum, I had an interview with him, and this is before this administration started, because he's somebody that this is his wheelhouse. And Burgum just talking about, hey, you guys in Pennsylvania, you got to get with it and get with the program because you're sitting on this very clean natural gas. So can you take us through some of these conversations and what you hope for and what you think is realistic?
So we see now a lot of people, a lot of companies interested in putting in power plants in Pennsylvania. But it takes 2 to 3 years to get one of those up and moving. In the meantime, they could use solar for some of the community stuff. It takes these years to get this moving. Elections have consequences. And, we elected now 2 Democratic governors who were just trying to go the green route. We elected a Democratic president who also wanted to go the green route. Elections have consequences, and it's hurt Pennsylvania in many ways. And I think particularly when it comes to energy, when it comes to jobs, when it comes to taxes that industry is going to bring in, it's really hurt us. So we're moving full speed ahead right now. As long as we can keep the permitting on track, I think we're going to be in better shape in a couple years than we are now. But they are starting to a lot of interest in power plants and even nuclear. There's even interest in nuclear. So, we just got to keep moving forward. We have it here. We have to use it.
Yeah. And to that point, when we think about AI, there's so much to talk about here. We just had a meeting a night or two ago, and that was locally in Montgomery County, where residents are saying, what's this with an AI center that's popping up? And there's a lot of fear because it's something new and it's something unknown. What about these AI centers and also the AI technology? I mean, obviously there are different levels and layers of this situation, but as far as these so-called data centers that are popping up all across our state and across the country, what do you say to that as far as legislating it properly to create guardrails?
So a couple things. And I do think AI, to me, I lived through the fracking issue, right? It was a lot of the same thing. Mm-hmm. I think residents are scared. Yeah. They're coming in, they're taking farmland. And I don't know in the end how many jobs they actually create, but I think that we have to have the residents of each community need to understand all sides of it. Mm-hmm. And, for now, we should maybe let the locals have a big say into what happens. Because it has caused a lot of fear. And I'm not, 300% updated on this to know if that fear is good or not good and what's real and what's not real. But I think we have to take it a little bit, we have to tone it down a little bit. And we do need to educate. I need to be educated more on the issue. We have to educate the residents because people should not be fearful of what's going to happen where they live. They don't want to see these big centers in their backyard. They don't want to see it. And I totally get it. I totally understand it. Even the governor, if I recall this last September when Senator McCormick had a big summit, right? Yes. A big energy summit.
Yes.
And the governor was, he was all in. I mean, he was all in on this AI, and now he sees that, people they have questions and they need to be answered, and now he's like backing off. He's just backing off a little bit. So he's actually kind of jumped around on that issue too.
Yeah, it's important. I want to get into some other issues, and that is, thinking about, for example, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, thinking about other issues, especially medical issues, and issues that are near and dear to your heart. So when we think about women's issues, and not just because you're a woman, but you are, so you bring to the table a different level of empathy and sensitivity that I think doesn't get, the coverage maybe that I think it should. So I just wanted to give you that opportunity to talk about that as you talk about awareness for, getting your mammogram, getting your health checks. We saw recently, obviously just this past week, maternal health front and center in a national spotlight. But here in Pennsylvania as well, I think about every fall with the fountain there in Harrisburg, and it's all bright and pink. I love that as a family where my great-grandmother, we've talked about this before, Senator, but, my great-grandma, my mom, all breast cancer survivors, and that awareness level is so important and something I know that's important to you.
Well, as you already know, I had breast cancer. Yeah. And actually, April, I celebrated 5 years of finishing my chemo.
Oh, wow.
Which, was a big deal. But, as I went through the journey and I could see things, there were holes in the system that needed to be filled so that every woman, every mother, every grandmother, every sister, every daughter, every friend was able to access this needed health care. Because in Pennsylvania, every day, 38 women are diagnosed with breast cancer. And there's very, very young people now. I mean, I personally know young people who are pregnant and on chemotherapy for breast cancer. So this is important. It is important that we get our mammograms because, we always say early detection saves lives. It does save lives. And I would say this to anyone. If you feel a lump, and you should check your breasts, if you feel a lump and you go to a doctor and they say, oh, you're too young, or it's nothing, you follow up. You, stick up for yourself, be your best advocate, and you go for it. Because you need an ultrasound or you need an MRI. And now that we've passed the law that for state-sponsored insurance, there are no copays, there's no reason not to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Because when you catch this early, you have a 99% chance of being clear for at least 5 years and beyond. And it's not just you, it's your family that needs you and your friends. So it's important. And, Pat Halpern Murphy from the Pennsylvania Breast Cancer Coalition, she kind of just made up that May is mammography month. So now she's so great. She has just been such a great advocate for women and their health care. And so now we have 2 months we celebrate. We celebrate in May and we celebrate in October. And it's just to bring awareness to make sure that you go get that mammogram. Mine was late because it was during COVID. And I go back and forth. Well, maybe it wouldn't have been out of my milk ducts, but maybe I wouldn't have found it if I had been on time because it was just such a little speck. But doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, thank God, and we're glad to celebrate your 5-year cancer-free, anniversary. And I think that's important because October is great too, but it's more focusing on cancer after you have it. This in May, I think it's appropriate in the springtime, and Mother's Day is in May, to say, hey, just remember the prevention, aspect of it. And it's a great awareness piece. How much, when we think about hantavirus or hantavirus, whatever you call it, the Andy strain, when you think about everything that's going on, questioning all the loss of trust within our institutions, and even with what you're saying with prevention, is that something you feel like, we have to focus on more, is reinstituting, if you will, the trust in all of our institutions, the trust that we lost during COVID? I mean, right now as we're speaking, I've been covering this morning on Capitol Hill. There's another whistleblower talking about COVID and that sort of thing. And so, of course, we cover it, and I want to cover it. On the other hand, I want people to restore their trust in especially our medical institutions and our government.
So I'm just going to tell you what I feel personally about the hantavirus. I'm terrified that the government, and this goes to your trust issue, is going to whip up a vaccine and say everybody has to get it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm fearful of that because we lived through COVID and the forced vaccines. People lost their jobs, people in the military. You know, masks help, masks don't help. It was terrifying. And I took COVID shots because I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I was going to get chemotherapy, and I was terrified that my white blood cell count would go down and I would die. So, I mean, or I would have never have taken that vaccine. But, you know, it's a really fine line when it comes to vaccines between personal freedom and government overreach. And when I see this virus, and I know it's small, it's not spread too much, it's that whole COVID thing comes back. Like, what's next? I think the good news is that President Trump is in office, and, you know, I think we've learned some things from COVID. You know, that there's a lot of things they were telling us to do didn't work, that we let people die in nursing homes without being able to see their family, that there was total unnecessary government intrusion. I understood it for the first, month, because there were people dying. If you were compromised in some way, it was scary. But kids weren't getting it. There were nothing. I used to keep track of it every single day. It wasn't we need to close our schools. We did all kind of things that were overreach. That was government overreach. And actually, that was my constitutional amendment that I sponsored that said that a governor cannot keep us in a state of emergency without legislative approval forever. Like, we had to come back and we had to give them a vote on things.
Yeah, and thank God we in Pennsylvania, unlike New Jersey, we were able to vote on that with then Governor Wolf and pull that back and have some checks and balances. And that was in part thanks to you to tee that up. I thank you so much for your time, for giving us this time and a conversation with you. A lot of people over the years have told me that oftentimes it's more gratifying personally to work within the state level, because I think people at the federal level, there's so much bureaucracy. What are you proudest of in your job? I often say you're the most powerful, elected woman, or one of them, certainly one of a very few in Pennsylvania. But what are you proudest of as far as your accomplishments and that you feel such gratification for?
So, I mean, on a personal level, of course, it was the breast cancer bills. It was the child abuse bills. I have middle income tax, student relief, so they could get money to go to college. But on a more professional, overseeing the Senate level, I am pleased that you don't see Washington, D.C. and Harrisburg. You don't see us attacking each other personally. Do we disagree? And sometimes we have some, lively debate on the floor. Yeah. But then we go eat together. And we know that I disagree with this person, but they have a family and they just come from a different place. So I really appreciate the Senate not being like Washington, D.C. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little out of control, but we are not personally ever attacking each other. And I think that matters.
Oh. Well, thank you so much for all the work you do. Thanks for coming. I hope we continue this and can have the conversation so that people feel like you can take them inside the debate and how it's all done. But State Senator Kim Ward, pro tempore here in Pennsylvania, taking the time out for us. We really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Dawn Show will continue with a whole lot more, a lot of breaking news. We'll be right back.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
What is this music?
This is a new set of brothers, Hermanos Gutierrez, that I've really started enjoying. Yeah, we throw them on during dinner and such.
Like I'm moving back and forth. So thank you for setting up State Senator Kim Ward. Here's the thing. I'm always tempted to say this. Maybe I'll say she's very petite. I'm tall. I'm a big donkey Girl Scout. I'm almost 5'8", so I'm tall anyway. So I always feel big but even though I'm the runt of my big Norwegian family, and Dan is tall, right? Dan Borowski, you're very tall. All the guys in my family are tall. But State Senator Kim Ward is a very petite woman, and you wouldn't know it because her personality, even though she's physically petite, this woman has so much fire and energy, and man, she's just like a pistol. I love her, awesome. But she's so we took a picture and I was like, oh, why did I wear heels of all days too?
Come on, Dawn. Yeah, no, she's great. And she's gorgeous too.
Yeah.
I hate,
gorgeous woman.
Yeah.
Petite.
I don't want to be that guy.
Is it politically incorrect? That's what I never know. Like, do you say that stuff anymore? We never compliment each other.
Yeah, let's look to the guy on the show to say it.
I know. But she's a gorgeous petite lady and smart and just packs a punch. As far as just all of her chutzpah, if I can say that. Chutzpah. So speaking of which, Dan and I this is where we debate in between the commercial breaks where to go, because you have, live this whistleblower who was scheduled, I know for a fact, I think I reported it 6 days ago, this COVID whistleblower. So we knew this was scheduled right at this time for the testimony. And then at the same time, you have President Trump on this historic visit in China. And so the question I posed to Dan Borowski, our great executive producer over the commercial break, was, okay, is this Rand Paul trying to somehow up President Trump? Because they're both Republicans, but, they kind of bust each other's chops. So, or is this really kind of subliminal warfare, if you will, of Republicans saying to Xi and the Chinese, yeah, Trump is over there and we get that, but not for nothing, we're still holding a grudge because we kind of blame you for, the COVID pandemic.
I mean, the timing is definitely suspect, right? The guy's sitting at a table across from Xi, and meanwhile, over here in America, we're essentially levying blame for COVID onto China. So he's got to sit there and, you got to wonder, is President Xi going to ask him, hey, what the hell's going on over there?
No.
You don't think so?
No. I think they ignore it.
Yeah.
But it's not a coincidence.
Not even one mention in the meeting? No? Just
No.
Yeah, I guess.
I doubt it.
Yeah, what, you think it's going to be largely about Iran?
Oh, I think it's about AI.
Oh, okay.
I think Iran is just Trump's a little, let's say, a trinket that he has because he can put pressure economically. They can have the discussion about Iran because China needs their oil. So they are impacted, obviously, by this fact because, and I know we've talked about it. I won't get into the whole thing, but the whole situation where, it was through it's like a money laundering, but this is oil laundering. So Iran, nobody admits, China and Iran don't really admit how much oil they use because they use these other ships. In other words, Iran sends the oil to China, which pays them through various different laundered, brokers, if you will. So it's not a direct payment. And then at the same time, the ships are off. And I reported this like a week ago, remember, or maybe a month ago, they caught this ship that was flying under a different flag. It was an Iranian ship, and it was headed for China, full of oil. So they've shut that down, too. So I think all of this is in play.
Yeah, wow.
The negotiations.
Yeah, the reorganization of global powers.
Well, that was Victoria Coates Heritage Foundation, and I've always been a big fan of hers. But she just put out a new Heritage Foundation. She just put out a new article that I referenced earlier this morning when Greg Stocker, who loves to just wind me up and let me go and bust my chops. But the person I think who's a premier expert on this, because obviously was huge in the first Trump administration, but she's from here. She's a Philadelphia resident. She's somebody who worked in previous administrations, including as a top advisor to Trump, to his administration in the past, but somebody who as well is an expert in both the economy, with national security and also energy. And so she has her wheelhouses line up with the situation that's happening right now. And so she's somebody who has spoken a lot about what I know I'm fixated on. Is some of you are like, why are you fixated on the, when you played the Tony Soprano, music yesterday? But I am fixated on it because I think it's a very big deal that if Trump pulls this off and is able to basically restructure in the world how we get our oil and knock out OPEC, which knocked out Russia from being in that structure, that cartel is over. And now there's a new sheriff in town, a new driver with regard to energy, and that puts us in the driver's seat so this never happens again. That's I'll just shut up there.
I know, I love it.
It's my bottom line.
Hey, I do have some of this whistleblower, about a minute long here, where he says under oath that Anthony Fauci directly meddled with intelligence agencies to cover up the COVID lab leak. You want that now or you want that after the break, Dawn? You know what? We can actually go now and take it to 45. If you
all right.
want. Yeah.
Well, just go a little bit, and then I want your reaction. 855-839-1210. Let's hear it.
But your conclusion is that
Rand
changing
Paul.
from the scientific consensus of it being from a lab to a neutral position by the CIA was significantly influenced by Anthony Fauci?
It was significantly influenced by Anthony Fauci's injecting himself into the IC. And to go to the second part of your question about what happened, particularly during the 90-day study, we have documentation that shows that as of August 12th, the CIA was considering calling this a lab leak, August 12th of 2021. And then that changed on August 17th of 2021.
Right.
And unfortunately, because the CIA would not provide us documentation that we asked for, we have no idea why that changed. And that's
And they
sort
weren't
of essential.
alone, because we know the FBI was coming to the same conclusion that it was lab leak, as well as the FBI.
So the question that you're probably asking is, okay, if the deadline to charge Fauci with anything was Monday, May 11th, and they scheduled the whistleblower for today, Wednesday, the 13th, TikTok, why not schedule this a while ago? Why not have this? They've known about this whistleblower, so why today? And so this is, so the deadline for DOJ to charge Dr. Fauci for allegedly lying to Congress about that gain of function research that thank you, Senator Rand Paul. He's the one who really, during that confrontation, brought this to the people's, to the light, right? So that we could all see this in the day of light, but controversial research that could then boost the virus's transmissibility. That was what gain of function research was. I think we often believe this, but that statute of limitations on that action was Monday, but also he's pardoned. So what's the point? Can they charge him with anything? Or is the point just to say, we all got played, we all got lied to, people died, and do you even care? 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Weather, sponsored by Window Nation.
It's a warmer and breezy day today ahead of our next storm system, with skies partly sunny. We'll reach a high of 76. For tonight, mostly cloudy skies, some showers around at times with a low 56. And for Thursday, becoming partly sunny and a bit cooler with a high 68.
Window Nation is a proud partner of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Right now, take advantage of their buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale, plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't wait until the heat hits. Call Window Nation for your fast free estimate today.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 36-month certificate at 3.81% APY or 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. For more flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been going to the Bentz Dental Group for more than a decade, mostly twice a year cleanings, but over the past year, wear and tear have taken a toll. I needed more advanced care. Dr. Bentz knew my history, and I knew I was in the right hands for something complex. Board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz specialize in advanced dental cases using the latest technology. Get the smile that you really want. Call 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Get ready to ride in style this summer with that newer certified luxury vehicle. You've been wanting it. You know you have. You want it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're always here for you in your unique vehicle search, and that's across the tri-state region. Yeah, because there's power with the Piazza Auto Group and the Piazza Premium family. They feature dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, as well as New Jersey. So just go out there, find your Mercedes-Benz. What about that BMW, Porsche, Infiniti, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Jaguar, or Land Rover? PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Little help from my friends. We got the whistleblower. It's so interesting, isn't it? In the previous administration, when there was a whistleblower, and they were like a saint. They were like a new saint. And everybody talked about him. We'll see how much all the stations give play to this CIA whistleblower coming forward, providing this testimony. I think it's a big deal. Are you interested? Do you think that it's too little too late? 855-839-1210. But I want to wrap up this as we think about this, and it's providing the testimony, getting it on the record. You know, some say, well, Rand Paul, he's been on a crusade with this thing. He's been after Fauci. But maybe, just maybe, he's after more than Fauci. Because if they're claiming here that this was some kind of a cover-up within the previous administration, well, that opens things back up, doesn't it? If it was a cover-up or they were colluding. So let's listen into a little bit more here and just listen in.
Is it your testimony that there is still resistance from the CIA to comply with the law we passed to declassify all the COVID information?
Yes.
One of the things that I think is new today that I'm hearing from your testimony is that from an early period of time, you believe, and the information you're aware of, is that CIA scientists from an early time after the pandemic began, 2020, 2021, were concluding that the lab leak was the most likely hypothesis?
Yes, Senator. I'd like to offer some qualifications on that as well. A lot of the issues occurred at the interagency space, at the National Intelligence Council, the individuals responsible for conducting or writing WMD analysis. So, and many of those individuals are on JDA from the CIA. But yes, very early, as early as 2020, there were agencies within the IC circulating papers that that said, hey, there's, for example, DOE circulated a paper in May of 2020 that said that all the conditions were present for a lab leak.
So this is, you know, to me, this is incredible. This is a mic drop moment, isn't it? And just wait for it and see how much coverage we get with this. And this is a long time, 2-decade CIA veteran, and detailing this. He worked on this directors initiative group that studied how the pandemic started in Wuhan, China. And so what the belief here is, according to Senator Paul, is that in fact there are still people within the CIA that have been trying to obscure the truth and withholding documents. And so that's part of this testimony and the questioning, was the CIA spying on a group or eavesdropping? And what techniques were they using and getting into that? And so were they spying? I don't have the answers. But there's more to this than just some of these mic drop moments where you think, OMG, they knew, and then they just openly, publicly, were they lying? And then who do we ask for? Who do we ask this? Who do we hold accountable? I mean, that's a piece of the question. And I would go one step further. If you had people like all the doctors, the medical experts, right, that President Trump, when he was president, and all of this was breaking, right? And so if you lie to the president, that's another question I have. If you are supposed to be someone who is the advisor to the president of the United States, this is your wheelhouse, and you knowingly lie about something, then what happens to you? That's another question. And then you have to go where I'm going, and that is, well, if you knew certain things and you were lying to the president, so you were playing the president, is it because you were against that president? Is it because that president had historic levels of success that nobody, even those of us, like me, who voted for President Trump, and that economy was just amazing. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I remember my husband Larry and I just going, wow, this is incredible. And man, I voted for Trump. I was excited about Trump, but I never thought that this would happen. And we were doing the victory dances. Remember those days? And the glory day dances. And then ruh-roh, a little bit of time to slow the spread. Remember that? And the next thing you know, we were in lockdown. And the next thing you know, et cetera. And so it really it certainly for me personally, plays into the thought, ruh-roh, was this a conspiracy to take down President Trump? So I'm there. I'm already there. I'm thinking, okay, so if they all knew this and they were lying about it and they were lying about this, then were they lying about everything else? And were we the collateral damage by people who really were people who were Democrats, and this was a political thing? And were they willing to let people die and crush our economy and all of that? All the people in the nursing homes, all the people who suffered, were we all just their collateral damage for the political careers of a Democrat Party? And if that's really what happened, then to me, that's horrifying. Because let me tell you something. I'm a conservative, I'm a Republican, but I would never, ever be willing to hide something from you that I knew for the success of a freaking political party. That to me, that's criminal. And somebody, if that's true and they prove that, and if that's where they're going with this, I will fight until my last breath to make sure that people do go to prison for that. Because that's something that is a level of conspiracy that's much worse than something like Watergate.
My conspiracy's going crazy right now, Dawn.
No.
I know.
The spidey senses on the back of your neck, Dan Borowski.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious where you stand, though. Like, from a conspiracy standpoint, a lot of the questions were, is this something that was a mistake by the government and they're just trying to cover their asses? Or is this something nefarious where they're trying to do some kind of unleash it on the population and do some kind of control? I just want your commentary on where the line's drawn, because now Rand Paul is kind of giving credence to the, is this something that was manufactured and let go onto a populace?
Well, and So there are so many questions, but so here's where I stand on it. I think that it was just like, remember the funny moment when Jon Stewart said, "Come on, it's named, Wuhan," and
yeah.
So that was a great moment, right? Because then they could know, look, that genie was out of the bottle, so to speak, and we all recognized that. I tend to believe that in fact this was a true lab leak, which is why it's illegal, because it's so dangerous. And when you do something on the down low like that, maybe you don't have the protocols that you should have. And so, but I don't want to believe that anybody would have wanted to unleash this on people and murder people, because it would be murder or second degree murder, whatever you want to say. So what I am starting to really believe is what our instincts led us to even back then. We said it amongst ourselves quietly more than anything. And that was, okay, it was a lab leak, but they were ashamed of the fact that they were doing something they weren't supposed to do. And they were trying to circumvent certain laws and rules, but that it was a lab leak, and then they didn't want anybody to know. But were they then realizing that they had a lab leak, and then they did something, they went one step further, and that was to use it to shut the government down, to shut out Trump. I mean, that's where I'm there.
Yeah.
I'm going, and I'm not a big conspiracy person,
No.
but I'm there.
Because, I mean, there's also different angles here. That is it, are the pharmaceutical companies involved, and they wanted to make a ton of money, so they unveiled, these vaccines that they rolled out to, prop up their bottom line.
Well, so with regard to that, and here's the shame of it. One of the things that President Trump, because he's a guy from obviously the private sector, and so for those of us who've never, it blows my mind. I can't even think like a government person works, right? We all think like private sector people, which is think outside the box. And so Trump, in the face of this, was trying to think outside the box. So what did he do? Well, let's incentivize the private sector, right? And see who gets it first. That's still a good thing, in my opinion. That's huge. That's a success to say, okay, we're gonna incentivize the private sector to come up with a vaccine, with a cure, if you will. It's still, even then, I don't think that Trump ever wanted the mandates, the shutdowns. And remember, that's when he started battling. And it was right around Easter. Remember that? And he was like, oh, no, Easter, we're going to be back. We're going to be reopened. And that's when he was fighting with Fauci and others. And that's when they started having the separation, because he was fighting, saying, no, it's over. We got to get back to, doing what we do. And so that perhaps is why they wanted to double down. And then they realized we can use this. Because why did Fauci then, maybe I have to say allegedly, but why did he say, oh, no, at the baseball games, you got to wear the masks? And then it was a double mask and a triple mask, and then it was no mask. Remember that whole thing? And it was back and forth. Mm-hmm. None of it made sense.
Nope. Another question. Warren says, should Fauci and Bill Gates be held on crimes against humanity?
I think what do I always say? We're all getting played. I don't want to get played, and especially when it turns deadly, or when it turns to the point where it devastates lives, right? People lost their homes. They lost, you didn't only lose your parents or grandparents, but they died alone. You think about the funerals you couldn't have. Think about Senator Ward just said, thank God that she did then go get a mammogram, but I didn't have a mammogram. We didn't get our medical testing. There were all these cancer cases, right? Because we weren't taking care of ourselves. All of it. It was devastating. So here's what I want. I don't want the government to ever have that level of control where we just get controlled and played.
Wow, yeah.
I want the transparency. I don't care who's in power. We have to have the transparency. And quite frankly, it's just another case for term limits.
And what does this do for people like my buddy, Dawn? He was a government worker, refused the vaccine, lost his job.
Yeah.
His life has completely changed in the past 5 years because of it. Should he see some kind of repercussion if this is some kind of thing? That's some conspiracy that's happening here?
And that's another question here as far as, because, with the government and being allowed to sue the government, or being allowed to sue, for example, one reason that the vaccines have gone crazy, all they have to do is reverse that law that says we're not allowed to sue the vaccine makers. If they reverse that, the private sector will take care of itself. Because part of the reason, vaccines are just free and easy because they can't get sued.
But the thing, like, I'll push back on that, though, because it wasn't Pfizer, it wasn't Moderna saying you are required to get our vaccines or you can't go to work, you know? So
and I'm not alleging they did.
Yeah.
I'm not blaming them on that. But I'm simply saying, with regard to everybody who is so worried about and focused on vaccines, the way we take care of this whole vaccine debate is just take away the ability for accountability.
Yeah, it's a fantastic idea.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we need to repeal that. Get rid of it.
More listener comments. Never underestimate the capacity of the modern Democratic Party for immortality. Democrats line their pockets at every expense of very real lives. It's par for the course. That comes in from Jimmy. Joe in Columbus says, no dining, no social interaction. You could let tens of millions just waltz across the border during a pandemic.
Yeah.
None of it made sense at the time.
Nope.
And Stephanie has some great comments. She says, Dawn, sadly, that kind of evil exists. We're all subjected to it to undo President Trump and his efforts to shut down the cabal shadow government run by Obama. But she continues saying, never mind that they suppressed the truth about how to treat it with ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. People died because they hid valuable information.
Yeah, I mean, remember that? Who was it? Was it Joe Rogan? And he was being ripped because he said he had ivermectin. And that's just it. We were not even allowed to have the discussion because they were saying, oh, no. And remember doctors who were doing some of these, off-book treatments, and they were working for certain patients, and some of the doctors were being threatened. And remember shadow ban, Jay Bhattacharya, who's now in the Trump administration. He was one of those brilliant doctors who was out front, and he was questioning everything. Here's the bottom line. I would prefer to not, I would prefer to say this, to some of your comments. There are a lot of Republicans and a lot of, over the years, politicians on both sides who represent the swamp, right? We know that. And so I would just prefer to say across the board term limits, across the board requirements of transparency, and across the board, let's not give a free get out of jail card to anybody, especially if they can't be sued. Because what that does, and we just had this huge, I was talking to my brother-in-law, Bobby, about this. We had this huge convention just about a week and a half ago here in Philadelphia, the largest convention of insurance companies. So you think about who continues to get rich, insurance companies, because you have the insurance companies who have to themselves be insured. So when you say to a pharmaceutical company, just think about this. Think about, all of the people who just get wealthier and wealthier. When you say to them that there is a level of accountability, they must have accountability, and we're not going to just give them a free card that says in the law, to write into the law that they cannot be sued, then you also then mean that they don't have to pay as much insurance. So the cost of the vaccines for them, not just the accountability, but their cost out of pocket, it goes way down. And so once they have the invention and they know the formula, I mean, it's like free money. It's like printing free money for yourself. It's just the gift that keeps on giving. So we have to put accountability back in here. And we can't, our government, our lawmakers should not, they should really have to call this back. That's my bottom line.
And what do you do for Joe in Columbus? His father passed away behind a glass wall, no funeral, just immediate families at a burial, hardly closure.
Joe, and you know what, Joe, we know you, we love you, but can I tell you, I have so many friends, family members, so many people who've suffered with that, and the guilt they feel now, the guilt, and they couldn't even be there to hold their hand, to die alone. Yeah. It gives me chills as I say it. And so at the end of the day, we need to know every person, every name, literally like a wall of shame. Anybody who was involved with this, what did they know? When did they know it? What was their level of involvement? And that is the prison that we can put them in. The prison of public shame. The scarlet letter. That's what we the people, because that's what this government is. We, the people, put them in the prison of shame.
Shame.
The bell tolls for thee.
Shame.
855-839-1210. Be right back.
Kale and Company weekday morning mornings 6 till 10.
Andrea Ledsum, the founder of the 1001 Foundation, says screens are the challenge of our lifetime. They really are. The least frequently used feature on the cell phone, I would guess, is the actual phone aspect of placing a phone call. You use it for the internet, you use it for social media, you use it to take pictures, you use it to watch YouTube, you use it to FaceTime, send group text, and then somewhere down at the bottom is placing a phone call.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Take a splash this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save up to $5,000 on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs, plus an extra $1,500 instant rebate. Or upgrade to an endless pool swim spa and save up to $10,000. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jamison, Exton, Plymouth Meeting, or Marlton. Or online at springdancehottubs.com.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture. We cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Holding government accountable, that's our theme right now as we have a whistleblower testifying on Capitol Hill. And this is the crusade of Senator Rand Paul. We have President Trump and his posse that we talked a ton about earlier this morning. And he's on this historic visit to China. Let's get to G in South Jersey. You wanted to talk about accountability. Thanks for calling, G.
Thank you for taking my call. About the Dr. Fauci, and I use the term doctor very loosely, the fact that he's responsible for killing millions of people and getting away with it is just showing you the state of our government right now. And I think the idea of the previous administration doing this to attack the president is probably valid. But the thing is, I can't tell you how many people I know that have been negatively affected permanently by this, and how many people I know that have lost loved ones. It just, the list is endless. I know one woman, she lost her mother, her son, and her ex-husband within a matter of days. I lost my stepfather-in-law, one of the sweetest people ever drew a breath, in a nursing home. It's just insane that they just turned a blind eye to the fact that they did this. They killed millions of people, and no one's going to be accountable.
And so, and first of all, gee, I'm so sorry for your loss. And I think about, the people that we lost, family, friends. It's so wrong. And I'm so sorry for your loss. I appreciate your words, which really echo through my heart right now, through all of us. I think how we do hold, especially elected officials, accountable is on Election Day, right? It's the ultimate poll. It's the ultimate way that, and really the one way we, the people, can hold elected officials accountable for what they've done to us. And so that is something that I hope people don't forget and motivate you. As Linda Kearns always says, there really are no matinees. Every election matters. And elections have consequences, and we've seen that front and center. Elections can result in changing our lives in a great way, opening up opportunities, or the opposite. And so when we think about that, and even the treatment of those who are first responders, this is National Police Week. All week, and we've been talking about it. It's a theme here as we thank our police, our law enforcement at every level, the local level, state, national, because it's important to honor law enforcement's sacrifice and service, and particularly those who've been killed or were disabled in the line of duty. And so that's one of the reasons that we're riding, and we invite you to ride. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. I'll be riding with my sons I might make a fool of myself. It could be bad. So just even come out if for no other reason, because it's 65 miles. But there are shorter runs too. But families behind the Badge Children's Foundation, please donate or join us that morning, July 26th. We have an upcoming day next Thursday, and the next Thursday that we hope you join us as well. It's just so important to be involved, and please do. And thank you for being involved here. I mean, you make my day every day, and I really appreciate you. And we couldn't do it without executive producer Dan Borowski. We couldn't do it without our great staff, Jimmy Kelly, who's here. And what an honor to have Senator Ward here as well. And to work with icons like the great Dom Giordano, who's somebody who's a dedicated educator. I mean, I love that your roots, Dom, are in education, which is the ultimate solution. And just to be on the air with you, Dom, I tell you, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. It's just such an honor.
Well, thank you, Dawn. Thanks very much. It's a great team here. As Greg always talks about it, no better in talk radio. And I know a lot of talk radio, and I would agree with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Dom.
Dawn, we had in studio yesterday quite a character, this Jason Ritchie, running for lieutenant governor. And, you had Kim Ward here. And when we get him in studio, they often reveal some things that are very valuable. Coming up, why you have to vote. If you don't vote in this Republican primary a week from yesterday, there's a guy that might be the lieutenant governor candidate. I'll lay out what will happen, not just in this governor's race, but even the congressional races and what the media will do when you hear the background of this guy. And that's what Richie told me yesterday.
It's going to be a great Dom show. Happy anniversary to one of my work brothers. Greg Stocker had texted me 7 years ago today. We started doing mornings together. Happy anniversary. It's going to be a great Dom show. We have a great team, a great lineup. But Dom, your insights are always brilliant. Looking forward to hearing and seeing the Dom show.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money this month. No need to wait for Memorial Day sales. Today through Saturday only, TurnersvilleJeep.com is having a pre-Memorial Day sale on their huge selection of over 300 Jeeps and Ram trucks. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer zero down payments and no payments for 90 days. Well, qualified buyers.
Just minutes from all bridges. Or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. In a moment, I'm going to play you Griff Jenkins from Fox and Friends this morning. No better guy, no nicer guy, no more thorough guy. Remember covering the border, whatever. So he's on Capitol Hill. This is Law Enforcement Week. We'll pay homage to that on Friday by making it the side question, as you'll see, which is really Law Enforcement Day. And we'll play you Griff talking movingly today about there were all kinds of Republicans at a vigil yesterday, last night I guess it was, candlelight vigil, and not one single Democrat, which I'm going to get to with something you can be an integral part to. In this Senate race, I think they're poised to endorse Josh Shapiro again. They did the last time. Last time I looked, he's a Democrat. They endorsed him. Okay, the argument with me was Doug Mastriano's completely anti-labor, anti-unions. Well, Doug Mastriano's a nut, all right? And I'm tired of us not calling out our nuts. And I'll give you another one who I think can cause big trouble here in a second. And I understand then, even though I don't approve of it, just don't endorse anybody. But Stacey Garrity has had labor support. There's no sense. Now, she's not as, in the tank as a Josh Shapiro would be for unions. So we're the party, we're the people that deeply support law enforcement. The Josh Shapiros of the world may make a show of it, but he doesn't challenge anything about this when it comes to Democrats, and they don't. So I'll play you Griff here in a second. All right, here is Griff Jenkins. Then listen closely. I want you to make sure that you vote, if you haven't already. In what seems like, as Linda Kearns, I just heard Dawn, there are no matinees. Every election counts. I was kind of shaken yesterday, fired up, when we got off air and the lieutenant governor candidate told me what could happen if he's not the nominee. You have to understand, the governor and lieutenant governors, they run separately. Okay? Wait until you hear the guy that could be the Republican Party nominee to run with Stacey Garrity, sinking not only her, but sinking the congressional candidates and everything else, because the media will talk about nothing else, I'm convinced. Here's Griff Jenkins this morning talking about, and he asked a lot of people that, know who people are. Candlelight vigil. You're on Capitol Hill as it is. Isn't this a cause? Well, when you have half of the Democrat Party wanting to defund or abolish the police and the others not doing anything about it, I guess you might not want to attend a candlelight vigil for the police. Here's Jenkins.
It was a powerful and moving vigil, and tonight thousands of law enforcement families will gather on the National Mall for a candlelight vigil. It's a tradition of Police Week that dates back to 1962 when President Kennedy designated May 15th as Law Enforcement Officers Day. And I'll just add this, guys. When I was standing at that vigil last night and you saw several dozen members of Congress, it struck me I couldn't count a single Democrat that was there. And it's a shame that you didn't have bipartisan support for something so important like supporting our law enforcement officers.
Really?
Wow.
I mean, yeah, we counted, and I didn't see one. I asked a few people around me that work in the Senate TV gallery, and we couldn't find one. You would think it would be one. And when you talk to these law enforcement officers about the anti-law enforcement sentiment, not just amongst lawmakers on Capitol Hill, but also amongst young people, they say simply they just wish it could be nonpartisan because all they're doing is risking their lives to protect Americans.
I mean, who's protecting the Capitol right now? You got all those cops that are there. State police, national police, Capitol police is there. You would think that they could get some support on that day.
Yeah, you would think that. Then shut up about January 6th, Democrats. It's because they don't. And the ones that do don't want to be associated with it. They might be called out in a primary. Look at what's going on in this congressional race with this clown, Chris Rapp, the guy that brought in Hassan Piker. Look at over there in Mount Airy. They hate the police. Up and down the line, they hate the police. Larry Krasner is the big guy in Philadelphia, might run for mayor, the all-time hater of police. When he was first elected, they tried to simmer their crowd down. We played it many times. They were saying F the police, saying the full word, thousands of them. They had arrived. They were going to tell the police it's a new day with Larry Krasner there. Where cops have to be more worried about him than they do even criminals, which he turns loose. I'd love to get your reaction. Is that too strong? So the local FOP, how in the world would you be able to endorse Josh Shapiro again? The excuse the last time was, well, Mastro is anti-all unions, all, associations, etc. Well, then just don't endorse anybody. No. They'll endorse them because they're afraid. Now, here's the thing that we can do something about. I mean, I never give pleas to people to vote because it should be obvious, right? I don't want to. But sometimes when it's something like a primary where there appears to be not too much to vote for. Well, Alante McCauley, if you're in certain congressional districts, the 3rd and the 5th, I guess, you're able to vote for him. If you're in Beaver County, Scott Presler, or you can tell people about it to get on that state committee. Stacey Garrity has a writing campaign led by the nutbags who support Doug Mastriano still haven't learned their lesson of what happens here. So there's a reason to vote there. I was really impressed, though, on air and off air with Pat Ritchie yesterday, who was in town, joined us in studio. Now, the lieutenant governors run separately from the governors. And I'm going to put up an ad here in a second, youtube.com/1210 WPHT, that kind of summarizes what he told me, and I looked it up. The guy who might win, because this is a low turnout thing, is a guy named John Ventry, who I know of. Over the years we'd have on, we duke it out with him. He is a UFO conspiracy guy, lead guy. He also had a good bit of trouble and had to resign from this national UFO outfit because of some racist or racial comments. Okay? If this guy gets to be the nominee, play this out with me, given the media, for lieutenant governor, you can imagine, even though it's not the prime race, it's not on the race, it will be. How many times has it happened some Republican nutbag out there has said something or done something, and that's all the media dwells on, even if it doesn't have anything to do with other races? That's where they're going to go. And I'm told that guess who's behind this, trying to foment this UFO guy with the baggage winning? Josh Shapiro. That's what he did the last time. He told us what a threat in the general election Mastriano would be. In the primary, what did he do? He publicized Doug Mastriano because he wanted to run against Mastro. And look at what happened. Now, what could happen? I'm not saying definitively, but the dwelling on this and everything else that will go into it, you can even lose the state Senate. We lose that. You know what they're going to do. They're going to jump into that compact that says all of Pennsylvania votes in 2028 will go to whoever wins the popular vote nationally with those other states. It would come close to putting them over the top to 270 electoral votes. So this is one, though, where Talk Radio 1210 we can take care of simply by showing up and voting, or voting by mail, or whatever your modality is. Here is the ad from Jason Ritchie laying out what I said. The complaint is with John Ventry. The headline is, "What if aliens met racist?" Here's how
Some
it sounded.
choices are tough. On May 19th, you have an easy one. A former union steelworker who worked his way through law school and exposed government corruption. Jason Ritchie has the passion and experience to serve as lieutenant governor. John Ventry is an unelectable Republican, which likely makes him Josh Shapiro's choice. Ventry's ties to groups with racist and extreme views should automatically disqualify him. On May 19th, the choice is easy. Jason Ritchie for lieutenant governor.
All right. So, people would say, Tom, you're in the weeds here. Lieutenant governor primary. I'm telling you, the sense of urgency I had yesterday with this is to make sure this doesn't happen. Look, it's already a tough battle with Shapiro. We know that, okay? We don't need this cause celeb to have this guy as the lieutenant governor candidate running with Stacey Garrity. Then Stacey Garrity might have to renounce him. Then where are we? In fact, that's probably what I would advise her to do. I'm going to ask her about it. She's on the show tomorrow. You heard the ad. You may have seen the ad, youtube.com/1210. And this guy's he's unelectable. Look, and you may think the UFO stuff is chic now because of Trump and the files and all. I don't think so. Not in a political campaign. Not what this guy has said over the years. So, no, this is something that I just cannot comprehend. Hey, by the way, just an aside, President Trump arriving in China, and I guess, who knows if they're paid or under threat, but thousands of people turning out to do the obligatory grand thing and waving, etc. I'll get to Pope Leo today. He's given an award to the Iranian envoy to the Vatican. And now he's trying to tell us why this is appropriate. This guy has no moral standing on anything almost, in my view. And saying that about a pope, he has his 1-year anniversary just happened on May 8th. It's outrageous. But if we ever have the Chinese dictator here, I don't think we ought to be lining the streets or the airport or whatever. Let him just walk down. I wouldn't give him a red carpet. He's a killer. He's an existential threat to the world. Yeah, we have to deal with him, but make it as austere as you can. He doesn't get any welcome to Philadelphia. You're going to give him the key to the city, the people they killed, that we still have not had a reckoning on. They are killers up and down the line. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. So this lieutenant governor race, one time I would tell you, make it a point to vote. If this guy is a nominee, you know how biased and out of control the media is. They will take something in the weeds and propel it forward for their buddy Josh Shapiro, for every Democrat out there. And then we're off to the races about all this stuff. I don't know how this happens. There's a Mastriano nutbag wing out there in certain parts of the states, and he is nuts. And if you support him, you are too. What world are you living in? I told you just on the issue of abortion. Trump is the one that's handled the abortion issue very well. Others don't get it. You're not going to be elected in Pennsylvania. When Dave White, who I like, was running for governor too, and they were asked, raise your hand, do you see exceptions to the position on this? In other words, the exceptions to having abortion? They said no. Well, right there, you're unelectable in Pennsylvania. You want to keep on doing this. I want to win. I want to maintain the country. I don't want UFO nutbags to cause this sort of disruption. All right, let me give you the side question today. China, of course, with the president there. Anything involving China, the Chinese, person, place, or thing, real or fictional. We had some pretty good ones yesterday on the medical profession females. So I'll take Confucius off the board. For some reason, he's the number one person of Chinese origin that comes to mind to me. I'll save some others for you, but Confucius jumps out. I'll take off population, and I'll take off virus. That's what I've always known for, stone cold killers. How many Americans did they kill? Yeah, you have to talk with them, but you don't have to make a big fuss over it. We don't have to act like this is friendly or whatever. They're an enemy that we have to figure out a way to beat. Calmly, but that's what we have to do. That's all that they are. All right, Henry, you may want to write yours in. How's your, where's that pineapple juice?
Yes, I need some right now.
Yeah.
So I'll quickly just go here. First one I'll take off the board is paper.
Right.
Chinese invented paper back in the Han Dynasty in the 2nd century. The other one I'm going to take off is forms of censorship. So obviously when we send, movies, films to China, they're edited to their liking, more palatable for their audience.
Gere, biggest movie star in the world, right?
Yeah.
Where is he now? Tibet, probably, with the Dalai Lama. Yeah.
He just might be. And then not only that, but when we play like international sporting events, I always think of the Little League World Series. It's never called Taiwan when they're playing. It's always Chinese Taipei. as to not upset, the
Yeah.
country or the people
yeah,
watching.
we can't call them Taiwan.
Can't
right.
call them
I
Taiwan.
remember who said Taiwan, then had to apologize to our Chinese masters, one of those businessmen.
Oh, man.
The Larry Fink guy. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Who's there with the president. God. Oh, those are great ones. All right. What do you say, Kirk?
I'm going to go with two. The Great Wall
Right?
and pandas.
Okay. Yep.
Great one.
Mm-hmm.
They always roll out the pandas. Say, don't look at the coronavirus over here. Here are the pandas.
Are pandas worth it? Like just
Right.
maintaining? I mean, they don't, give anything to society. They're dumb. They're,
What the heck?
essentially,
boy.
they're zoo animals. Like that's all I'm saying. Like they can't survive in the
pandas?
wild.
Yeah.
Are they worth all the
Well,
fuss?
they're a huge tourist attraction.
I know
send
they
them
are,
to
but, like,
Washington,
is that-
they're like, yeah.
I know
Is that
Henry's.
worth it?
I know Henry's not feeling well, so this is something that may be coming.
No, he's
with our
feeling
place.
fine. This
I feel
happens to me all
fine,
the
it's
time
just the
too.
voice.
It's the
Oh,
voice
okay, the
goes,
voice,
even though you're
okay.
feeling well. Oh yeah, it happens. Sure.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm serious. I got to get that pineapple juice. I could put a little case in my locker here. I'll have them ready. You see it in an instant, cuts it right through it.
Mm-hmm.
Order it down. That's it. And you're drinking pineapple juice. What could be better?
Yeah.
Okay. Hit us with that. 855-839-1210. And you heard Griff today, Griff Jenkins. Great guy. Democrats know about this. Don't you think they'd send a few people out there to pretend? Look, some of them are not anti the cops in the manner of this Chris Rabb guy and Son Piker and all this stuff. But they enable it. They're not going to say anything. Josh Shapiro's not going to be out there calling them out on that. FOP, if you can't endorse Stacey Garrity, don't endorse. Don't give your endorsement to Josh Shapiro. 855-839-1210. You grab a line, jump in, be the first. We're going to talk with a rabbi today who is a listener and has a lot to say about this Lower Makefield thing, at least as we understand it, where they will not allow, at least at this point, the candlelight ceremony, which is a big draw on 9/11, because it's also on a Jewish holy day, and people who are observing, have to be out of there before sundown. He'll explain on this. He sent me quite a note on it, and I think it's just another example of these people like the Lower Makefield commissioners who want to tell us all the time that we're not being inclusive when they're the ones that are not inclusive or don't have the right sense of people making decisions and how you shouldn't fool around with 9/11 in the Garden of Reflection. 855-839-1210. You get on board. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Netflix also designs its platforms to be addictive, including features like autoplay. What isn't designed to keep you coming back? There's a thing in radio called TSL, time spent listening. We have the biggest TSL of any radio audience in the entire city of Philadelphia. And you know why we do? Because we design the show to keep you coming back. We craft the show for you to say, boy, I can't wait for 6 a.m.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kale here, and your life has many dimensions, and now there's an SUV engineered to support every one of them. My friends from Piazza Mazda put me behind the wheel of the new 2026 Mazda CX-5, the most spacious CX-5 yet, with more room for both passengers and cargo. Feel complete control like I did with the 15-inch touchscreen and built-in Google technology. Experience the all-new 2026 CX-5 for yourself today at Piazza Mazda of Westchester or in Reading. Browse inventory online at piazzamazda.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Cancer.
If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, getting on the side question. Remember to vote a week from yesterday, the 19th, in the lieutenant governor. That's where I'm going to go first, the lieutenant governor's race. So picture a guy with the baggage that I told you about. There's a fear out there. He could be the nominee. Now, you know what happens then. Even though Republicans, it's only a small race, low turnout and all that, it reverberates. Oh, there go the Republicans again. They're racist. They're nuts. That's what they're up to. Okay, and we played you that clip of Griff Jenkins talking about no Democrats at this big vigil held on Capitol Hill, even though there are a lot of them there. Do they not know about it? Some of them don't want the police to exist. Others just don't think it's worth it, or they don't want to be tarred with that sort of support. Not one. And Griff Jenkins is not the type of guy. You heard what he said. They talked to all kinds of people in this, and that's what they found. I want to take you down memory lane a little bit. This will be cut 9. It is the LeBron James cut because yesterday the Sixers rightfully got rid of Daryl Morey. I had looked at a clip of Christine Amanpour calling him Morey for some reason. Daryl Moore. Anyhow, they got rid of their head guy, the president. Now, when he came to the Sixers, the thing that jumped out, maybe more than some of the stuff he's done in basketball, he just put on something free Hong Kong, which at that point was, it's like go Birds. Everybody in the world was saying it. Because of Houston being number one in the minds in China, which has a bigger audience, apparently, more watched the NBA Finals there. Something like that I saw said than we had watching the Super Bowl here. Basketball is pretty big. And they didn't like it. And that's when the threat started with billions and billions of dollars. Now, Charles Barkley jumped into the ring for China and for LeBron James saying, well, there's a lot of U.S. businesses there. Do you know how much money's involved? You can't tell us what to do with this. Well, then shut up constantly about civil rights then. You might try doing that. Here's what LeBron James said in the middle of all that.
Contract with the Lakers, $152 million. But with all the reaction, and there has been a lot of it, it's clear that members of the league don't agree with him.
I believe he wasn't educated on the situation at hand.
Lakers star LeBron
Not
James
educated.
criticized the decision by Houston Rockets GM Daryl Morey to support Hong Kong protesters, support that jilted the profitable relationship between the NBA and China.
So many people could have been harmed, not only financially, but physically, emotionally, spiritually. Yes, we do have freedom of speech, but there can be a lot of negative that comes with that too.
The NBA's damage control began last week after Morey tweeted an image saying, "Fight for freedom, stand with Hong Kong." The tweet was posted days before the Lakers were scheduled to play preseason games in China. The Chinese government was furious, stripping down NBA signs and canceling the players' media appearances and team events.
His voice really goes a long way. There's no question he's the most influential player voice in the league.
Washington Post reporter Ben Gulliver covers James and the Lakers.
Why doesn't he stand up for Daryl Morey's tweet, which most people wouldn't consider to be that controversial here in the United States, basically saying fight for freedom and stand with the protesters? We didn't hear any of those words from LeBron.
All right, so you heard the word spirituality and the other lectures. And yet at NBA games, during the George Floyd summer, we had to hear all that. What he did in that tweet, Free Hong Kong, was a minor thing, supporting that. But oh no. And this is the same league that went nuts, the NBA. And yet Major League Baseball did the same thing. Why? Because we had voter reform that was smart and effective in Georgia. They took the All-Star game out of there. It's stunning. And look, when it comes to China, you have this cadre of huge business people with President Trump. They all want a peace. They all want to go down that path. And how do we square all that up with? How are we going to decouple from them to get them out of our lives, like medical supplies? So I don't have high hopes for this trip at all. I don't like it. I remember Fauci should have been, on Monday, should have been indicted. They killed us. They don't care. They're happy about it. The Communist Chinese Party, they took us out with the coronavirus. We had to hear all the nonsense of wet markets and everything else. We know what it was. Mark Wayne Mullen was on Capitol Hill today talking about CIA whistleblowers during that period, talking about the information they had around all this stuff. So, again, you got to talk to them, I guess. Just the idea of deals with them and more stuff. What's the point of that? You're not going to wear them down toward moving away from what they are, stone cold killers with power to kill. So, again, be it Tiananmen Square, be it the coronavirus, be it even and they will go to the wall on even the smallest thing. Free Hong Kong, former Sixers president now, and the world ends. And we have to get lectured to by the Barclays and primarily LeBron James about physically and spiritually. Yes, how could you do something like this? He didn't go on the attack against them. He didn't talk about the Uyghurs. He didn't talk about the enslavement. I talk about all the time because thanks to Joe DiStefano, Philadelphia Inquirer talked about Madeline Dean, another lecturer of us, how much her husband through the bike business made in commie China, how much they made, mansions all over the place. We're going to be lectured to by a Madeline Dean when they made their fortune through communist China, according to the Inquirer, not just me. Up and down the line, this stuff is bad. So I'm not going to be cheering. Don't expect that, a soybean deal with the communist China. Okay? And again, I think you're getting mixed signals on Taiwan. Would we really go to the wall for Taiwan after all who knows? But again, you let them take Taiwan, you know what the answer is. What's next? All right, let's start off with Lance in South Philly. Lance, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance, good afternoon.
How you doing, Dom and all? I just want to let you know, if you can't find Puxatawny Phil, it's because I got him in my cage in the back of my truck.
Oh, you got one. You know, I was thinking about you. It was like 18 months ago. You weren't calling in as much, and I would have called you. We had one of those guys in our garden who buried under the house, and we had to get him out.
Oh, yeah. You know, bananas and apples.
Okay.
Especially banana, because a fresh banana is so fresh, and that smell just pulls them right out the hole.
I'll remember that. All right, write that tip down out there. Pineapple juice and bananas
and
for
apples.
Puxatawny Phil. Apples, too, yes.
Yeah, he's in the cage right now.
Okay.
But for my side question, when I think of China, I think of two things. I think of Richard Nixon, because he opened the door for the U.S. and China to start talking again. But more importantly, once he opened that door, it opened the door for something the Chinese dominate the world in. It's ping pong, but the Chinese say ping pong. They are so dominant in it, in table tennis. They don't say if a Chinese person is going to win, they say which Chinese player is going to win. That's how dominant they are. You're not going to beat them.
Well, wait a minute. I differ with you a little bit. Forrest Gump beat them pretty badly.
That was TV.
Yeah, of course. All right, thank you, Lance.
I did mention that to him off the air.
Yeah, right. Yeah. All right, so ping pong is a big. Yeah, they
He
do
is
dominate.
right, though.
that.
Like when the best Chinese players
Yeah,
can't make the
yeah.
Chinese teams, they
Yeah.
get American citizenship and play for the American team.
Yeah, okay. That's we'll give them that. What is impressive about them as an enemy to me? Okay, they're not just dealing with the biggest stuff like we're going to overrun Taiwan, we're going to kill you with the coronavirus. They go down and steal anything they can get their hands on, any intellectual property. I mean, we got the mayor, as Trump is there, of Arcadia, California, admitting to be propaganda. I think she was in propaganda minister, 6 years in office. You got Swalwell. Nothing happened with him sleeping. He's on the intelligence committee, or he was, with Fang Fang. It's an endless threat. So I just want this kind of to be over with and move on. I don't see anything out of here that we're going to see. They're going to help with Iran. Coming up, Pope Leo leaves his lane again, now gives an award to the Iranian envoy to the Vatican. Okay, I'll give you in the middle of all this. We have to be lectured to by this guy, yet he's giving awards to the envoy for evil. Now, of course, he doesn't have to, they start making excuses for it. He's never going to address it. He doesn't have to talk about it. He hides behind the collar. He hides behind the gospel, the Bible. 1 year in office of this guy. I think it's worse than Pope Francis. Pope Francis was all over the place, as much as he was at far left. This guy is much sharper, much younger, and a bigger menace. And what does it tell us about cardinals that elect guys like this? They are too. That's who they are. That's who the Catholic Church is. Why more people are going to the Catholic Church, I can't explain. I don't see it. I don't see what they're offering other than giving awards to the envoy for the country that puts people on these cranes and hangs them from them. If they're Christian, if they're gay, if they're whatever. Stop the lecture, buddy. Just stop it. I'll give you details on that. 855-839-1210.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
It was just
one unforgettable night.
One of those things.
An evening with Harry Connick Jr.
Just one of those crazy flings.
Performing songs from across his remarkable career.
Welcome by me,
Harry Connick Jr.
Come talk to me, baby.
Friday, July 24th, Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets are on sale now at theborgata.com.
You got to go see the Mardi Gras.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. legacybox.com/radio.
If you're in the Philadelphia area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 267-535-2174. That's 267-535-2174. Don't wait. Call 267-535-2174 now. Again, that's 267-535-2174. Freedom Care. Get paid to care, starting now.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
It's a warmer and breezy day today ahead of our next storm system, with skies partly sunny. We'll reach a high of 76. For tonight, mostly cloudy skies, some showers around at times with a low 56. And for Thursday, becoming partly sunny and a bit cooler with a high 68.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios. Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. I referenced Madeline Dean a moment ago. This is cut 11, Henry. Here is the Democrat Congresswoman for life, I guess, in Montgomery County, talking about Iran and talking about the fact it was a dream, was it not, to have what Obama was doing. Can't we go back to what Obama was doing? You mean allowing them to get to the point where they could have rushed and actually had a nuclear weapon? That deal? Here's Madeline Dean.
Oh, it's jaw-dropping, although it shouldn't be anymore. Good morning. I see the president has framed this up really identically to how he left the United States. Quote, I don't think about Americans' financial situation at all. I don't think about anybody. How could the leader of the free world, the president of the United States, say such words and have those expressions? I don't think about anybody at all. That is exactly who this president is, and it is very sad for America that our leader is over in China with that frame. His frame is entirely about himself, as he declaimed that you just showed, that he is surrounded by businessmen, Hegseth and Rubio in the background. The president, sadly, is in a weakened position as a result of his reckless war in Iran. He has put the United States in a weakened position because there's so many important things that should be talked about. But now the agenda is going to be very different because of the Straits of Hormuz and the weakness of the president at this moment.
He says he doesn't need China's help to solve the situation in Iran with the Strait of Hormuz. What do you think about that?
Well, you know what? I think he could have done this better. And he's actually showing that he needs China. He needs to be in conversation with China. And China gets that. China's paying close attention. We all know that when the president recklessly went into Iran and began a war of his own making without consulting Congress or the American people, a war that has proven deadly, he didn't have a plan. I'm reminded of Yogi Berra, who said brilliantly, if you don't know where you're going, you will wind up someplace else. Here's the president. He has wound up someplace else in a weakened position before President Xi, with the hopes that maybe somehow the president will help him through the Straits of Hormuz. It's a very bad position for the United States. In terms of the president's wish or demand that Iran never get a nuclear weapon, we all think that. We've all thought that.
No, you don't.
If only we had something like the JCPOA, it would be a dream to go back to that agreement at this point, an agreement that the president tore up.
Yeah, it would be a dream. So how is that going? How close were they? All right, so 855-839-1210. Now, look, Trump does these gaggles. I think it was 17, 19 minutes. It's a lot of it off the cuff. And in context, he talked about financial situation of Americans versus what's the right thing to do to get out of Iran to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. Politically, though, it's a mistake. They're going to use this forever. It might have legs for a little bit longer, saying that. They'll put it in ads and all that. So it's a political mistake, no doubt. They'll use it to say he's callous, only cares about himself. That's why less would be more in these gaggles, etc. But he does what he's going to do. That's his style, and that's what you're going to get. But this is not fatal. In fact, every day I see mounting evidence for the midterms that makes me feel we're closing. Things are going to come down to the wire with all the redistricting, Supreme Court decision, and everything else that might happen between now and then. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board. And as I told you at the top of the show, the reason I led with it, you just have this lieutenant governor's race and the mayhem that can happen if it goes badly here. In Pennsylvania, we still have segments, at least on paper, the Republican Party, whatever they are, that are out there in the hinterlands primarily, that just are nutbags and want nutbags. So we got to make sure we don't end up with this John Ventry guy as the lieutenant governor nominee. I'm telling you, if you wake up, or that night, the 19th, 6 days from now, you will see the media suddenly caring about the Republican nominee, and God knows what this guy will say. Yeah, he might be talking about UFOs forever there. I don't want some UFO guy, all right, as our lieutenant governor nominee, particularly one that's unelectable because of previous comments. This plays into the hands of Josh Shapiro and the rest of the Democrats. All right, I'm coming to you. Something Chinese, something China is what we're looking for. Think about it. How many thousands of years? There's got to be one out there that jumps out at you. Hit us with that. Get your comments and everything. We're going to talk with a rabbi who's a listener at 1 o'clock, who I think in the note he sent me lays it out beautifully. All this nonsense of saying you're not being inclusive and we're going to be inclusive, thereby you won't have your ceremony on 9/11. Does that mean if these lower Makefieldians would ever come on, if one person out there in lower Makefield, Bucks County, if they can't go to the candlelight ceremony because of something else that has primacy in their life, then we shouldn't have it? Like, what's the threshold? How many people does it have to be that can't go, that might like to go, even though they can go at other times? Now, this is a real good microcosm of the progressive thought. And I think support for Josh Shapiro is behind it. They don't want Stacey Garrity at that event because Josh Shapiro, as somebody observant, can't go. All right, 855-839-1210. By the way, no Democrats today attended the COVID cover-up hearing. They don't want to attend that either. because their boy Fauci and Joe Biden and the whole apparatus, petty tyrants, they were running it. Just like they couldn't attend the candlelight ceremony or the ceremony for police officers yesterday. A lot of them just hate the police. It's obvious. And a lot of them won't call them out. That's what it's about. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Are you sick of prices constantly rising, especially on some of your basic health essentials? Well, you're not alone. And Rescue is doing something about it. This Memorial Month, Rescue Natural Supplements is featuring huge rollback prices on all their products, from cholesterol and metabolic support to their best-selling high-intensity omega-3s. What's more, you can actually attach your savings. You can stack them. When you buy 2 or more bottles, you'll get bonus bottles for free. Just go to res-q.com to shop these deals, stock up on your favorites, or try something new to meet your health goals. Rescue products are meticulously crafted, rigorously tested, and rooted in the belief that wellness should be personal, effective, and grounded in science. So what are you waiting for? Stack those savings with major rollback prices on top of Memorial Month deals site-wide. Shop today at res-q.com or call a product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Now is the best time to put your health first and start feeling better. Go to res-q.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. Now, it may feel kind of early, but I'm always excited for summer, so I'm thinking about Memorial Day weekend. You should be as well. The Grand Hotel is offering the most amazing Memorial Day special, but you need to book soon because they will sell out, and they sell out every year. Book a midweek stay for 4 or more consecutive nights, and Thursday night is free. That's right, free. You and your family and friends can enjoy a variety of guest rooms, suites, and townhomes while you relax by the Olympic-sized outdoor and indoor heated pools. Grab an amazing meal at Hemingway's restaurant, amazing steaks, the freshest seafood anywhere, and so much more. And let's not forget about the pool bar, maybe some handcrafted cocktails, some rum buckets. Don't delay on booking your stay. Book direct with them for the best rates. Always book direct with them by going to grandhotelcapemay.com. But don't wait or you'll miss out. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a 4th-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,688.80.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Summer is almost here, and it's the perfect time to start stocking up on easy treats from Tasty Cake. The baked peach pie is a sweet fruit-filled snack that feels like warm weather is on the way. And the lemon cupcakes are perfect for backyard hangs, weekend outings, and all those busy on-the-go summer days that are right around the corner. Simple fun and ready for the season ahead. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. The rabbi listener on deck. We'll talk with him. I think Scott Presler looks like a go. Is that? Yeah, sorry. He's locked down because John
That's what he's
Thune,
told me.
okay, is under just increasing fire and saying all kinds of wild stuff that we can't move the Save America Act, among other things. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe is on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Dom, good afternoon. Happy Chinese New Year.
Well, there we go. What is this the year of? The year of killing us by virus.
It's got to be the year of the rat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Dom, how dare Madeline Dean cite anything baseball? Let alone Yogi Berra. I find that ethnically offensive and racist.
Yeah, there you go.
And I want to know where she was when they were moving the All-Star game from the melting pot of Atlanta to the great white state of Colorado.
Yeah, that's a great point, Joe. Yeah, we were doing so well under the Obama plan. They wouldn't have had 10 nuclear weapons by now.
Yeah. Does Miss Madeline realize that Obama had 12 years to impart his plan? 8 of his and 4 of Biden's, and we have nothing to show for it but a bunch of COVID memories. So my side answer goes back before, back into B.C., before Christ. And I think it's the reason why we have the poisonous red dyes on our toys and the exploding hoverboards. But back in the day, it was responsible for international trade. And, it brought the world together. Now it's been exploited by China, but it was the Silk Road.
Absolutely. Yep, that's a biggie. Thank you, Joe. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with this rabbi who's a listener. In addition to that, I'm going to talk Scott Presler. I have to write this, make sure I ask him. John Cornyn now, desperate, because Trump could still endorse Paxson in that big primary race where they may spend $100 million on the Republican side. So he's saying we should be naming all these highways. He's got all kinds of bills after President Trump. Oh, man. So I don't know who gets Presler going more, Thune or Cornyn. It is the year of the horse, I'm being told here by our researcher. Yeah, the year of the horse in China. Are you like me? You're not expecting much out of this. And I look at this Larry Fink there, friend of dictators, one of the American business people there. Come on. What are we dealing with them? What kinds of deals could we get? And again, all you have to do is go down memory lane and take a look at what happened during the virus. We also haven't given you the full details yet. We'll get to that next. The Pope giving this award to the Iranian envoy to the Vatican, and then the Vatican's excuses about why the Pope would do that. And they say, well, it's customary. Really? Given we're at war with them, given what they've done, this guy's moral compass is not functioning. It really isn't. How in the world can we be lectured to by the Madeline Deans, the Pope Leos, and all these others? Where's their moral stand? Where's his moral standing that he can't say, no, I'm not giving an award to these brutal killers? Take a hike, buddy. Wouldn't that be what you would expect from a pope? Now, they're not Hitler. I see on Twitter memes of showing one of the previous popes pose with Hitler. I'm not saying that. They don't have quite that power. But they are stone cold evil. They are an evil force across the world that is unrelenting. And the Pope should be in the business, as one of the previous popes was, of stopping that, of allied with us. He cannot. He can't even come to the United States on the 250th anniversary. That's how antagonistic this guy is. It's not unexplainable. That's who the Cardinals are. That's who they're going to continue to vote for. You don't have to see conclave. Just look at their policies in their dioceses. They're ideologues, they're to the left, and they hate Trump. All of those. All right, big 1 o'clock hour, Lower Makefield, no candlelight ceremony. We got to be inclusive. That's first. And Medford now has a carnival going on. Not too far. Medford's not that far from Maple Shade. And they're doing it right. And they say they have a plan. I'll tell you what their plan is. And they're not going to let this carnival be stopped by these idiots that want to come there and disrupt it. Even a priest gave quotes to ABC News here locally on that. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You know, I've said many times on the show, I couldn't care less about the ballroom. We're not being charged for it, so do whatever. It'll be there after Trump's gone. It can be used for other presidents. Now, after what happened, maybe I should be more in tune with the design and the construction of the White House ballroom, because I'd like to think that might be a safer compound than, I don't know, a Hilton. We could do next year's at a Motel 6. Yeah, maybe Tom Bodat will leave the light on for Trump. He's almighty.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My name is Mary Viney, and I started with Crash Proof in 2011. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Because of all the chaos that's going around the world today, the uncertainties, it's important to get your money off of risky markets and put it in a safe place. In 2026, with Crash Proof, I am earning over 20%. I was expecting to earn about 4 to 6, but it was over 20%, which is phenomenal. And what's nice is that's interest that I get to keep. It makes me feel good that I'm earning money, especially with the market going up and down. So this is the time, if you don't want to be under a lot of stress or pressure about your money, Crash Proof is the way to go.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps you moving through life. And when AFib throws it off, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
All right, it is time. A little error on my part. 1:30, Rabbi Yonah Gross will be with us, and we'll talk with him. I believe he's a listener. He sent me a long note about Lower Makefield and this whole thing. Broader issue. The broad issue there, this idea it's not inclusive. If some people can't come to a 9/11 event, well, no one's preventing them from coming to that event. By the way, on the war with Iran. New York Times now digging this up today, saying that Trump and Hegseth have been drastically overstating military success. They claim that they have information, which is almost surely propaganda, that they still have the ability to reprocess all these launchers we've supposedly have taken out. I don't believe that for a second. The military onslaught, the precision, the sheer volume of it, I am shocked if that's the case. But my prediction would be we are going to go back in. We're going to do more of the same. I don't think we're going to hit salinization plants or directly power plants. But I think that's going to be the response ultimately out of this. You're seeing what they do writ large here. Now, before I take some calls, and Sabrina, will go to you first here. So the Pope gives this award to the Iranian envoy to the Vatican. The Vatican then says, well, you know, this is done as a matter of course. It's standard. That's what happens after a certain period of time that the person is an envoy to the Holy See. They get this accommodation. And there's nothing to see here and move forward. What business are you in? Because you are in business, these guys, like the Pope and this whole enterprise. What the hell business are you in that you tell us about all the time with the gospel, the moral business, right? That's your lane. Stay out of our lane. We tell you the gospel. What does the gospel say about giving aid and comfort to one of the 2, 3, or 4 most evil regimes in the world, where they routinely persecute Christians, gays, anything you name it, murder 40,000 of their, well, but that's not this guy. How do we know about this guy? He's their envoy. That's what it is. So what should the Pope do? Well, aside from common sense, call them out, talk about what this regime is, and what biblical principles might tell us that we're called to do to take them on to the best of our ability. But certainly, you don't give this guy an award, then try to hide behind, well, it's his time. He was here X amount of days, so he gets this recognition, whatever they're doing. I just, how have we gotten to this point with the Catholic Church where they just go out of it's because they are up and down extreme liberals. They get away with it by living in a bubble. They're dictators in their own diocese. They do what they want. And strangely, more people are going to church. Now, the people that have been lifelong Catholics are the ones that resent them, see them for what they are. When does the Archbishop of Philadelphia ever speak out on anything? You may remember, since we're talking China and the coronavirus, he and others told their priest, don't talk to people who are looking to make the case that they have a religious objection to getting the vaccine. Don't even talk with them. Don't counsel them. We had Devlin on who did that, and a lot of our listeners made that point to try to see what they can do around the vaccination. Who is it? Who are the Catholic Church? Who is this guy? 1 year now, May 8th, that he has been the Holy Father. And again, I see him on a path to being worse than Pope Francis. He's worse because Pope Francis would say wild stuff, then we'd hear all the language stuff and all the back and forth. This guy is a lot sharper, knows exactly what he's doing, and wants to meddle and wants to go after Trump. Yet he can't see that he could make a great point here to the Iranian envoy and say, no, you're not getting it. There's no moral curve here that says I have to give an award to somebody representing this regime. Well, then some idiots there at the Holy See would say, what about the United States? And I'd love to have them on and say, yo, buddy, tell us about the United States, how we're similar to what goes on in Iran. Are you kidding me? Who are these people? The only thing that will stop them is lack of support. But people are flocking, at least by most reports that I see, back to the Catholic Church in America. Based on what? It's a mystery. They said they want certainty. There's nothing certain about these guys. They are morally flexible all over the place. The only thing that's certain is they're liberals, sometimes extreme liberals, and they don't like Trump. And that's what they want to do. And this guy is making a point out of it. He easily could have made a big point here. Yeah, we're going to recognize you because we're also a civil government. But you're not getting the standard award, not until your country stops what it's doing. Well, why would we single out Iran? Well, if I have to explain to you, Pope Leo, why you'd have to single out Iran, then what gospel are you reading? Where are you? And every time that he actually answers something, we see how deeply fraudulent is the whole philosophy. We ought to continue to talk to the Iranians as they've murdered 40,000 of their own people easily, wanting to be free. Continue to talk to them about what? All I would need is 15 minutes here on this to get to the bottom of it, because it would be question after question after question. They are fraudulent. They are not living in the real world. It's a combination of that and also being extremely liberal, which also doesn't live in the real world. And their argument is, well, you have to keep on trying diplomacy and talking to them. Talking to them about what? What are you going to say to them? Pretty please, stop what you're doing. Don't build a nuclear weapon. I frankly don't think the Pope gets it. He doesn't seem to care. He says, well, no one should have nuclear weapons. It's stunning. How do you explain that they're too big to fail? They keep on increasing in numbers. And that the first American Pope will not deign to come here on the 250th anniversary of the country. And I believe deep down the reason is pretty clearly it's Trump. As soon as there is, and not only that, J.D. Vance would take these guys apart on anything they want to talk about around the Catholic faith, the gospel, or anything else. They're fraudulent. Let's go to Sabrina in South Philly here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Sabrina.
Hi, Tom. It's so nice to be on the show. I listen to you every day in the
Thanks,
car.
Sabrina, very much.
I have to tell you, I'm a Villanova alum. And when the Pope was elected, our entire family, I have 3 Villanovans. We have 3 Villanovans in our family. We were jumping for joy. He has Peruvian ties. My husband is from Peru. We were ecstatic. I can't tell you. We bought papal flags. We put the Pope's little figurine in the window. We did it all to support him. I can't tell you how disgusted and how disappointed I am in his behavior. And, you know, I am a devout Catholic. I won't say which parish I'm from, but around 17th and Rittner, so you can kind of get
wait a
an
minute.
idea.
The rich parents, you guys have your own bowling alley. Come on.
Yeah. We're from a really great parish.
Yes.
And I don't really know which way our priests lean, if they're more left-leaning or right-leaning, but I will say this. Where I'm from, it's very provincial. There's lots of Trump supporters. I mean, we had a lot of signs when the elections were going on. What I will say is this. I go to church regularly, and one of the homilies that really struck me was by one of our younger priests, and he said that the best Catholic is not the Pharisee, not the person that writes the law. It is the person that is, he basically was describing the hardworking individual that doesn't always make it to Mass, doesn't always say his or her prayers, but someone that's really striving to do the best that they absolutely can, set a great example for their family, has faults, makes mistakes. So what I would love, if I had a moment to just talk with the Pope, I would say, why are you advertising this type of behavior? It is so disappointing, especially because there has been, my brother-in-law actually converted to Catholicism this past Easter Vigil. We had the best time. It was such a celebration.
And Sabrina, let me ask you why. What was it about the faith? Was it one particular thing that moved him?
Yeah, I think so. I think, his mom was Christian. Dad is too. And he would as being a non-Catholic at the time, he went to church every single Sunday with my sister and his children. And he basically told his little girls, Daddy will become Catholic someday. And he had a goal for himself to become Catholic this year. And he's so thrilled that he did. I really think he says that it gave him a moral compass. He likes the idea of having the church right by his house. He goes there and prays, and he just absolutely loves it. I mean, he would go, not even being Catholic, and my sister would, stay home with the kids oftentimes. So this is something that totally pulled him to become Catholic. Okay. But yes, I think that the Pope he's human. He's interpreting the law as, maybe a philosophy, an ideal. And again, I think in the real world, it doesn't always fit. But I am totally shocked that he is being so outright spoken towards Trump and so disrespectful when Trump was so supportive of him and so proud that he was an American Pope.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, Sabrina, I appreciate your listening, and you have a really good handle on this. And again, this was an opportunity, as I see it, to say, no, it's not business as usual here, awarding to a guy representing evil. I want to hear the Pope, and I want to hear the archbishops, and I want them to call out evil. Not everything in the world, every petty thing is evil, but there is evil in the world. That's certainly biblical. Yeah.
And we have to remember that, he was elected, by cardinals, and so we don't always agree with their decisions. But, yeah, bad example for what the Catholic Church stands for. Maybe they should say nothing,
That would be better.
Yeah, it would be better. Anyway, we took down our papal flag. I need to take some time away from it, and maybe I'll put it back.
Okay, let's hope that happens. Thank you, Sabrina, very much.
Bye-bye.
Take care. All right, yeah, St. Monica's for the record, Guy Shiraki. The rich parish, 17th and Rittner. Come on now. By the way, Henry, what event happened at 17th and Rittner? This would really be in the weeds of the Dom Giordano show history. I wonder if anybody out there, you got to hit me on Twitter right away, that I made mention of this. All right, I went on the reverse prostitution run with the prostitution squad. We started at Broad and Washington. I see them taking in, some of the ladies of the day, and they had these giant yellow gloves on up in here, the cops. And where do we get a woman just like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday doing her business? 17th and Rittner. It's like a standard corner in South Philly, out of nowhere. And what they do is they have the guy pretending to be the John pull up, and then we're in the pursuit car that comes up and makes the arrest. And I had to sit in the back because it was a crowd. Oh, man, I couldn't wait to get to Broad and Washington. Oh, my God. It was interesting to 17th and Rittner, broad daylight on a Friday, 2, 3 o'clock on like a May day, I think it was.
Wow.
I think we still have the cuts in the system somewhere. We had like 8 or 9 cuts, including could they identify, was this woman a prostitute or not? It was quite I don't think they're allowed to do it anymore. There's probably something city council didn't like. I thought it was really effective. Just driving around South Broad Street, like Broad and Snyder, Broad and McKean, and there were women there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's working hours.
Yeah, well, I thought that was more of a nighttime type of thing. And the questions are asking her, do you have any drugs? And she said no, or anything on you. Well, I don't know. You better not, and I'm sitting right across like, oh, my God. This is a bird's eye view, but I don't think I want to be here. I haven't seen that. Very effective sort of thing. All right, 855-839-1210. Yeah, St. Monica's, the joke growing up, was the wealthier parish in South Philly.
Yeah, that's what's out there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
I know the wealthy parish. The rich kids are over here.
Their own bowling alley, too. And they tell me it wasn't just a couple. I thought it was only a couple lanes. It may have been more. They may have, when you have your own bowling alley, that's pretty good. King of Peace didn't have her own bowling alley. Come on.
Who does? Yeah.
We're dunking Louis the Rat down to get a half ball, and they got a bowling alley. Who do you think won in basketball then? What would you think would happen? My theory and all that. They had no chance.
No shot.
No shot, yeah. It's like you're playing Allen Iverson and little Lord Fauntleroy's on the other team. What do you think's going to happen? 855-839-1210. Anybody see this as disrespectful? I mean, come on, with the Holy Father. When it was first up on Twitter, it seemed like Brian Kilmeade and others, could this be a mistake? No, it's not a mistake. They say it's business as usual. They get that award because they're the envoy and they're there a certain number of months or years. They get the award. No, you don't do that. In this setting, particular, look, Iran should never get the award. Would you give Hitler the award? Again, I have to say all the time, they're not Hitler. They don't have that type of power. All right, in the on-deck circle, Bill Devlin, would he give them an award? I don't know. He's back from Nigeria or somewhere. What would he say biblically around this? And then we're followed by the rabbi, who is Orthodox, I believe, and his sense of what Lower Makefield is doing. I would argue, too, it occurred to me, and he may say this, they're making it look bad, too. People that are Jewish, that faith, they're not the ones storming the ramparts here, telling these commissioners goofy stuff, that you can't have a candlelight ceremony after sundown on September 11th. It doesn't seem to be that at all. Maybe there's one person there or so. It makes it look, again, it's fraudulent that a group of people based on their religion are shutting down 9/11. I don't think that's the case in the slightest. Whistleblower, too, alleging that Dr. Fauci influenced the COVID-19 origin investigation and analysis. Look, I can't speak to why the Department of Justice, when it comes down to Fauci versus Comey, I get it with Comey. Am I bent out of shape? No, I'm not. I want Fauci. Much more important matter as the president goes back to China. What he did here and what happened to us during COVID, there's never been a reparation, if you will, a resetting of this. And they'll do it again with this virus if they can. That's their first instinct. All that straight ahead with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Andrea Ledsam, the founder of the 1001 Foundation, says screens are the challenge of our lifetime. They really are. The least frequently used feature on a cell phone, I would guess, is the actual phone aspect of placing a phone call. You use it for the internet, you use it for social media, you use it to take pictures, you use it to watch YouTube, you use it to FaceTime, send group text, and then somewhere down at the bottom is placing a phone call.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good.
Learn more at virtua.org.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, hit us on the side question today. President in China. Hit us with that all-time association, Chinese, China, at any way, shape, or form, real or fictional. That's what we're looking for. And I'll come to more calls. But Pastor Bill Devlin traveling through on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, welcome in.
God bless you, Dom. One of my colleagues contacted me and mentioned that you had mentioned me about the religious exemptions for the COVID vaccine, which we helped. And just, you've got new listeners and love your show. We've been friends for, I think, 35 years. We help because of you and PHT 1210. Over 200 people get religious exemptions. These were nurses, doctors, police officers, civil servants that we were able to help with a letter, and where the local archdiocese said, you know, basically keep the change, you filthy animal. But we helped over 200 people save their jobs, Dom. I mean, this was a practical outworking of 1210 that you and myself and your team working together, we saved over 200 jobs of police officers, civil servants, nurses, doctors. And I want to say about Pope Leo, I'm actually writing a song to the tune of The Sound of Music, How Do You Solve a Problem Like Maria? My title is, How Do You Solve a Problem Like Pope Leo? And here's the quote that everybody in your listening area needs to, it's from Adam Smith, quote, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. And when Pope Leo gave this papal envoy, and I've been to Iran, I've met with the papal nuncio to Iran, Cardinal Leo Bacardi, but the fact that Mohammed Hussein Makhtari, who is the papal envoy to, or I should say the Iranian envoy to the Holy See, the Vatican, it is a total embarrassment. It's like the cardinal in Chicago giving a human rights award to Senator Dick Durbin.
Exactly.
When Archbishop Kupik gave that, it's like, what the heck are you guys doing? So, Dom, right now I am actually in Kensington and Allegheny with the Sisters of Mother Teresa, and we are going down Kensington Avenue, and we're praying for people down there. So here's a non-Catholic going down with the Sisters of Mother Teresa.
Oh,
so
boy.
there we go.
But give us, Bill, if you're there today, or later when you think about it, I hear better things, and that Sherelle Parker has been serious about it. I'm not saying it's amazingly better, but given what it was like under Kenny, it might be better what they're doing.
I'll give you a live report as soon as I get there with the Sisters of Mother Teresa. And I got a call yesterday. Pastor Devlin, please come down here. We want you to pray with us and pray for us as we move down. I'm just in from northern Nigeria attempting to rescue 8 Christian children that have been trapped in an Islamist orphanage for 6 years. So all in a day's work. God bless you, Dom. We love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And Jesus loves you and Pope Leo, and there's nothing that he can do about it.
Thank you, Pastor Bill Devlin. All right. Yeah, I'm hearing better things. You know, it's a testament to Talk Radio 1210 listeners. We know we have a lot of people in the suburbs, and yet there is a deep caring and a sense of, hey, you just can't do what was done in Kensington. You can't allow that to go on. And I think Sherelle Parker has done pretty well. Now, I haven't been over there. Look, I've gone to the Needle Exchange right by there. Oh, my God. I'm telling you, it takes every fiber not to run away. It is that intense with potential disease and God knows what. So these nuns, Mother Teresa, going with Bill Devlin, that's God's work. But I think that Sherelle Parker and Bethel and the guy they put in charge of it have started to make inroads. Now, of course, they get attacked by people saying, well, they just move it somewhere else. I think they're taking the problem on. And the problem basically comes down to you just cannot have a dumping ground and tell people in that part of the city that's what's going to happen there. It's immoral. It's illegal. It's all those things. That's essentially what it's become. So we'll hear from Devlin on that. Let me go to Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hi, Dom. Henry. Hi. It's good to talk to you guys today. Likewise. And it's an honor to follow Pastor Devlin because I consider him the real deal. And if I was a religious guy, I would want him to be my reverend. No doubt.
And Robert, you saying that too, Henry, I got to put a note on here. I was just told, and next week maybe we'll announce it fully, but we're going to be on for Mulligans. And I've never invited Bill Devlin to Mulligans and awarded him and brought him to Mulligans. And a lot of listeners have heard him over the years. So, yeah, picture Bill Devlin, Linda Kearns, Alante Macaulay, and Zenos, all at the first go-round of the table there on the world's problems. My God, what could go wrong?
Where do I get my tickets, Tom? But I wanted to stay just on the side question because I really like Kirk's answer with the Great Wall, and I love Joe from Columbus's answer with the Silk Road, and I want to tie it all together with an Italian, Dom. Okay.
All right.
All right. Now, the Silk Road, that Great Wall that was built in China was built to protect the Silk Road from the Mongols as much as it was meant to protect the Chinese homeland, because they knew how important the Silk Road was, and that's why the Great Wall is over 13,000 miles long, just to keep the Mongols from interrupting the Silk Road. Now, the Mongols, when they conquered China, didn't interrupt the Silk Road. They kept it going. In fact, my answer traveled with his uncles out to meet Kublai Khan in the 13th century. But with the rise of Islam and the fall of Jerusalem, the Silk Road became a hot mess that nobody wanted to travel on anymore. So they wanted to find a sea route to China. And that's where my Venetian-born explorer comes in, Marco Polo. He was the first one to sail to China and keep trade relations alive with them while the Silk Road was going through chaos. And not only that, but his name is screamed in swimming pools across the country, Dom.
I was going to ask you that. Where did that come from? He is a very underrated explorer, Marco Polo. Why did, even in The Sopranos, the Marco Polo stuff and all, where did that come from?
I have zero idea, Dom. I have always wondered about that. But when they brought it together in the commercial just recently, I thought that was pretty cool, too. But Absolutely. I don't get that either. But Marco Polo was my answer, and you guys have a great day, Dom.
Thank you, Robert. That's Marco Polo, very underrated. Gunpowder, I think he brought back. That was nice to Italy. They needed it. But you know what? We have a team like the Earl of Tacony and others. You know what they're doing right now. They're delving through every treasure trove they can. Why do kids say Marco Polo in the swimming pool?
Oh, for sure.
Zenos, I'm sure right now has.
They invented it.
The Greeks invented it, and then Marco Polo stole it.
Right.
You picture Bill Devlin, Zenos, and I hear Zenos may not think Elvis is that good, Linda Kearns.
Whoa.
No, I don't know that. I'm just starting some.
Shots fired.
Tag him in. Well, Elvis wasn't Greek. Never went to Greece, so he's out.
I looked up why we call it Marco Polo. Yeah, and people don't think it has any real connection between the explorer and the game. But one explanation is legend has it that the famed explorer didn't have a clue as to where he was going. So that's why they call it Marco Polo.
Love it.
Slur on the Italians. Get the Italian American Association on this. All right. We're going to talk with Rabbi Yonah Grossman, Yonah Gross, coming up here on Talk Radio 1210. I believe he's Orthodox. So explain the difference And this Lower Makefield stuff, where they're bending, just imagine bending reality in this manner, that you're being inclusive by stopping other people from doing a beautiful ceremony on the 25th anniversary of 9/11. All right, I don't know if I can take these religious heavy hitters, though. The Rabbi, Devlin, and he's walking down K&A. I need to hear somebody else, though. I don't know who we have calls in from Kensington. I hear better things, and I think Sherelle Parker and something like this has done a good job. Not saying it's overwhelming, but I remember being on the morning show with Rachel Campos Duffy one Sunday morning, Fox and Friends, because Mexico used footage of Kensington to say, don't do drugs or you'll end up like these people. Mexico with the cartels. That was their public service thing. Footage from Kensington Avenue.
And you can talk about that with her on Monday, too. She'll be on.
Who is that again?
Rachel Campos Duffy.
Oh, that's right. Oh, very nice.
Wow.
Yeah, she made some news recently, and I'm not sure I'm all the way there. I'll be honest about the purpose of women, Mother's Day, just kids and all that. I get some of it. I'm not saying, I think she has 9. So, yeah.
Wow. God bless her.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. Yeah. 855. Come on, Ro. What the heck were you doing there? Only 2. I would cooperate with you. I mean, it's on you. Dawn only has 2. Come on.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Rachel Campos Duffy, national celebrity, and it's 8 or 9. I don't know about the Duffys doing the reality show either while he's transportation secretary. I guess you can do that, but squeezing the reality show in is a little bit much. Yeah. All right. Let's talk for a moment, though, about Diane Giordano. Attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey future home sellers. If you're an empty nester or senior and even thinking about selling in the next year or two, this message is for you. The biggest mistake most homeowners make is starting too late. Then the pressure hits. Where are we going to go? What do we fix? What do we leave alone? How much will this cost? How do I price my house? Will the inspection become a problem? Are we leaving money on the table because we waited too long? All this can be answered. My great friend, Diane Giordano Casaccio, if you call her Cardano Realtors, she helps homeowners create a smart plan before the stress, the clutter, the repairs, and the costly decisions pile up. Because selling after 60 is different. It's your home, your money, your memories, and your next chapter, and it deserves a real strategy. Call Diane now to get a free copy of her book, Model Home Mindset. Sell smart, avoid costly mistakes. Call 215-576-8666 or online 215-576-8666.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big guests. Thanks to listeners. Thanks to Alan, not a guy. It's like all one name. Alan, not a guy. And others out there in the 9/11 remembrance groups. They told me about Lower Makefield as this was crystallizing. Their commissioners there. There's a conflict. It's a Jewish holy day. It could be a Christian holy day. And it could be anything. And it falls on the anniversary, the 25th of 9/11. All right, so how do we work around that? Well, they think being inclusive is to shut down the ceremony that is arguably the capstone, the most beautiful of the day, at least here locally. Let's go to Rabbi Yonah Gross in Wynwood. I think the rabbi is a listener occasionally and sent me a really cogent note about all this and big picture how he sees it. Rabbi, it's an honor to have you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
So, Rabbi, your background, do you self-describe as Orthodox?
Yes, I'm an Orthodox rabbi. Our congregation is Orthodox, although we have a mixture of Jews across the spectrum. I also oversee kosher certification for about 50 establishments in the Philadelphia area.
I once had a sponsor over in the town will come to me that was kosher, and it was quite an event to go there and have a meal. So, Rabbi, distinction, Orthodox, what would you say the distinction is from the other organizational of the Jewish faith? What distinguishes it?
Orthodox is maintaining the traditions as we understand it, going all the way back to Sinai. We have to understand how the modern life fits in, but essentially the way the Torah is read in the Old Testament continues to be the way that we live our lives.
Okay, it came to me, Rabbi. Sorry, Elkins Park is where I had a kosher meal. We had a sponsor. Mm-hmm. There were like 400 people that showed up for this. So it does have a lot of cachet and a lot of distinction here. So, Rabbi, you heard me talking about Lower Makefield as best that I can make out from transcripts and our listeners that were there. What's your sense of what I've said and maybe your own? How is this inclusive? And it starts to single out people that are Jewish, where I don't really think bunches of people that are Jewish are complaining about this at all.
Right. I also doubt that. I don't really know. I don't think there's too many Orthodox, certainly not an Orthodox congregation in Lower Makefield. And Yardley might have a few, which is I saw a couple minutes away. It said, I saw one of the articles that said that they consulted a rabbi. Again, I don't know who that would have been, but if they would have come to me and said, in Lower Merion, they would have said, Rabbi, we want to cancel a program because it's going to interfere with Rosh Hashanah and you're not going to be able to come. If I would cancel a program, I would never tell them not to. I would tell them, no, keep doing it. If we are able to make it, great. If not, not. My kids have played in Lower Merion Little League for years. And whatever games they're able to make it to, they make it to. Whatever they can't, they can't. In fact, the Little League tries to make accommodations for them, for teams that have kids that won't play on Shabbat, on the Saturday. But if they're not able to make the accommodation, so we understand that's the price that we pay for continuing to live our lives as we see it.
Yeah, and this mentality, particularly, and I wanted to give you a shot at this too as you see it, particularly where there's such anti-Semitic stuff going on up and down the line that's out there. It's dangerous, and it's using this, I think, just because of their own ideology, or maybe There's been back and forth on this. And Josh Shapiro, who I think is observant, cannot attend, and Stacey Garrity could. This is an incredibly moving and major thing. It's the widow of the guy who had to drive a plane into one of those buildings.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I understand that. I don't want to weigh into the politics of the different gubernatorial candidates coming, but I think to sort of pin it on the Jewish people, I think it is very dangerous, especially because of the way the political sides will weigh in here. If you want to cancel it, so okay, that's your decision. But please don't blame it on the Jewish people, especially when those in favor of it, they're not going to quite understand to see that we didn't advocate for this. We didn't push for that. It's not our fault, and things are pretty tenuous right now in terms of anti-Semitism. Certainly coming from the left and more from the left, and to sort of put this on the other side, I think that is that's what perked my ears up when you were talking about this.
Yeah, and a couple of things. One, as I understand it, there's a morning ceremony, and then I think there's one before sundown. And you struck it, too, with your own kids. It's got to be quite a difficulty because a lot of Little Leagues might play on Saturday. I coached, and my son DJ runs some of this stuff over in Mount Airy, and at times they even had to play on Mother's Day because you're trying to squeeze stuff in. So they've grown up with it for their faith and the primacy of that. To have to deal with this, well, that's not being exclusive at all. It's just that people have different times and different things that are valuable to them to make a decision. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree. There are times when we've asked for accommodations. I've written out countless letters over the years of kids that need to take SATs on Sundays, or women who need to have their pictures taken for an ID card, and they want to have permission to keep their hair covered, or things along those lines. Which, okay, so please make an accommodation for these things. That's not going to hinder you in any way. But for us to demand something that's going to hinder the way other people live their lives, that's very dangerous ground to tread on.
Those are great examples that you just gave, and it's very valuable to hear that from your perspective, because that's exactly it. We ought to be trying to, that's inclusivity. We ought to be trying to accommodate when we can. That's a great thing to do. That's wisdom, but not screaming that this is excluding when anybody can attend.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and the truth is, potentially we could attend if you lived. We wouldn't drive on that night as being Orthodox Jews. We wouldn't drive that night. But if I happen to live near something like this going on, then I could walk over. There's nothing necessarily wrong with participating and being present at that ceremony on that night either.
Absolutely. So, Rabbi, anything else, since you were good enough to come on, that you would tell us, given your faith, your role in this, anything that's paramount in your mind right now?
Well, there's many times I listen to you. I often am able to get the beginning of the show. I usually listen to it later in the day. I say, I want to call Dom about that issue.
Yeah.
Especially when you're speaking about things concerning Jews, and the Jews are not monolithic across the area, and certainly the Orthodox community is pretty different in many of the perspectives we have from the other denominations. Although I will share, I did speak with a conservative rabbi yesterday, who would be probably considered more liberal. I asked him what he thought about this, and he saw with me the same way. He agreed. He said, I would sign off on that. I would tell them to keep having the ceremony, even though we might not be able to attend. So that's one area that we have agreement. But I also thank you very much for having your moral clarity that you've had on many of the issues concerning Israel and anti-Semitism, and even going out against people would be considered on the right or maybe formally on the right that have switched in the last couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
So we appreciate your.
Well, thank you, Rabbi. I would tell you the confession I would give you is the Israel thing is easy to me, having been there, A, and B, having grown up in South Philly. I know the difference between people who are doing good and people who are not. It's a pretty clear thing.
Yes, Yes. It still takes courage to be able to say it out loud. So I appreciate
Rabbi,
that.
we're honored to have you as a listener. Anytime. Thank you very much, Rabbi. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Do I get to do a side question?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. You might be the first rabbi on record on the side question. All right.
I have one for the contest and one educational, if I don't mind. So one is Yao Ming.
Wait a minute. I need to lower. Wait a minute. I need to lower Makefield commissioners. They're saying he can say both. Okay, the commissioners are waiting. Okay, go ahead, Rabbi.
Thank you. I appreciate the accommodation, but I remember when Yao Ming came into the league, they worried about. They said, where are these tall people coming from China? They're generally a little shorter. And I remember a line in Sports Illustrated saying, in China, if you're 1 in a million, there's still thousands of others like you.
That's right.
Nice.
That was one line. And then a little bit more serious, during the Holocaust in the Orthodox world, Shanghai always has a history for us because many people who ran away from the Nazis and others during that time, they ended up in Shanghai, and a very strange situation. A whole community formed there during that time. And in fact, there's a member of my congregation whose grandfather actually owned a house before that time in Shanghai that was actually commandeered by the Nazi army when they came in. It became like the Nazi embassy in town. But Shanghai, China, during World War II, the story of the Jews that were there during that time, it's a fascinating story, which we may want to look into one day.
Absolutely. Rabbi, thank you so much. To be continued, I hope. Thanks, Rabbi.
Okay. Have a great day. Thank you.
All right, we got Devlin and a rabbi. Now,
Isn't that part of a joke?
Yeah. A evangelical minister, I'd say, and character, and a rabbi. I need a priest. Walk into a talk radio studio and, all right, Devlin's in for mulligans, too. Whenever it is,
nice.
he's going to take an excursion. He'll land there from Nigeria.
Oh, boy.
I have to set all this up against Linda Kearns. I mean, we have to plot some way that Elvis has to be in disrepute after that. She explained why she does so much Elvis. And that was a lie, Henry, Monday when she said she does it to kind of like make a spoonful of sugar, makes the medicine go down of the election fraud. No, she does it because she's crazed over Elvis. I wasn't buying that at all. I still have at home the slippers, the sleeper mask to put on, and Rose still hasn't made a martini.
No.
So I'm thinking at mulligans, Linda Kearns probably knows how to make a martini, and Johnny could coach her, and then Ro can stand at the door and give it to me during a break.
What were her thoughts when you showed her all the goodies?
She said she wants to talk to Linda Kearns. All right. Never know who's listening out there. Really, that's the beauty of talk radio. All right, 855-839-1210. I'm looking at Mark Wayne Mullen, who I think is doing a pretty good job, as far as I can tell so far, in Homeland Security, much better than Kristi Noem. Speaking at the ICE headquarters for Police Week, because ICE are also law enforcement officers. Remember that. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Netflix also designs its platforms to be addictive, including features like autoplay. What isn't designed to keep you coming back? There's a thing in radio called TSL, time spent listening. We have the biggest TSL of any radio audience in the entire city of Philadelphia. And you know why we do? Because we designed the show to keep you coming back. We craft the show for you to say, boy, I can't wait for 6 a.m.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Make growing your savings part of your summer plans. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 8-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Or choose our 18-month option and earn 3.4% annual percentage yield. Explore all your options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball is back, spring is here, and it's time to step up to the plate at Barlow. If you're looking for a grand slam this year, get behind the wheel of the GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park. Or ride in style with the Buick Envista. Whether you're heading to the ballpark or rounding the bases of your daily commute, the Envista delivers. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Transform any living space for summer, indoors, or out during the Memorial Day sale at Bucks County Estate Traders. Their showroom is filled with high quality, built-to-last furniture, and I love the incredible variety. No matter your style, you'll find beautiful pieces for every room in your home. Plus, a huge selection of patio and sunroom furniture. Save 20 to 50% store-wide. The sale runs May 15th through the 31st, so don't miss it. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their huge showroom in Hatfield. Tell them Nick sent you.
As Philly celebrates 250 years, it's a reminder that the businesses that last are the ones you can truly trust. That's why so many families rely on United Tire and Service. When it comes to your car, you deserve honesty, clear explanations, and no pressure. Just experienced mechanics who tell you what you need, what can wait, and get the job done right. With more of us keeping our cars longer than ever, having a team you trust really matters. Visit UnitedTire.com or your locally owned United Tire. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Hey, thanks on Twitter. It is a real treat to be able to bring you two guys, Bill Devlin and then the rabbi, both listeners over the years that get it and can talk about things substantial and also have a little bit of fun at the same time, to put it mildly. Let's go to Zenos early today. I knew he was hearing the calls out there on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Dom, and happy Chinese New Year.
There we go. It continues.
And you know what? Previously, you got it right. It wasn't the year of the horse with that lady talking, Madeline Dean. It was the year of the ass. Because you know what, Don? That's exactly what it is. So, they're in the same family. They're equine,
so these things just occur to you? Do you just snap them out? Where do they come from, huh?
To tell you the truth, Dom, they're spontaneous.
Okay.
They do come out, and I think about it. I said, well, wait a minute, let me inject them. Just like when I was going to school. You had the class clown, they get a ha. But when I delivered one, it was like laughter. Even the teacher was laughing for 5 minutes. Because it was spontaneous. I was not the class clown, but I knew when to deliver. And she is a part of the ass, believe me, because she thinks we have amnesia. You know what I mean, Dom?
Yep. Exactly.
With Obama and Biden. And, these people, they think we're stupid. And I'm not, and I know you're not.
And it's Joe DiStefano's a listener. He's the business guy over at the Enquirer. We've had him on and all. He's friendly. I give him credit. He's the one, not me, that exposed her husband in the business they were doing in communist China, the big bike business. They're the ones doing it.
Exactly, and she's not going to comment on them. And if you notice, Dom, all these people, they're backing up the Chinese. Our own people, the reporters, they're backing up Iran, just like that bullheaded dude. What's his name, Kelly? That guy, he was backing up and telling Iran what was going on when he was interviewing with Meet the Press. Well, I call him Meet the Depressed. So, you know what I mean, Dom? And, well, for that, I got to go with your side answer. And then another one after that is the Imperial Dragon. That is the imperial of the emperor in China was the dragon.
Okay, we got you. Thank you, Zenos. Cooking today a little bit. We peel the onion. We found out that Joe was a probation's director as far as, people to talk to their probation officer. Dan got him to say that one day. Zenos' background seems to be back to ancient Macedonia vis-a-vis the diner route. That's there. Why Greeks in the diner? So how did it just cheeseburger? All right. 8-5. That's my favorite Saturday Night Live bit back when it was great. When Belushi they would order something. Don't put any mustard. Cheeseburger. Oh, God, that's what you're getting. How's the voice, Henry?
It's better.
That's better. Yeah. It's not hoarse. It was just a low. That's a little different. Yeah.
If I speak too much, then it starts flamming up a little bit. And then
I would tell you, though, it's the best thing I've ever gotten. The first time I had a problem on WWDB, I was just a rookie. They said, you're going to have to get shot up with steroids. I'm thinking, is this pro wrestling? What the heck is this? And they gave me lozenges that were steroid-based, but then I figured it out. Watered-down pineapple juice. I've told that to people from Jim Jordan on down when he had a big speech that time. I think it went pretty well. He still came back.
And Scott Jennings did what he's just on air. Jennings. He did it on air. He did it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly, yeah. Gargle with it a little bit. All
That's
right.
true.
Got a lot of great answers on China. We got Scott Presler coming up. What does he say about John Thune? There's a latest development on that and a couple of other things. And Henry's Money Melody today here on Talk Radio 1210.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available for Nashville, Arizona, Jacksonville, and more. And you never know if you might need your passport for an international game. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Philadelphia, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust, a family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists, just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all, training, payroll, and support, so you can stay safe and comfortable at home. And your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Philly families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 267-489-1601. That's 267-489-1601. Call now. 267-489-1601. 267-489-1601.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
All right, welcome in. The world is fine. It's 2 o'clock or a little bit after, and Scott Presler is with us here in Philadelphia on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, how's the dental work going?
Doing fine. Hey, well, I'm taking care of some big boy adult things and getting my life together. And one of those, while I'm here in Washington, D.C., is I'll be meeting with more members of Congress tomorrow as we continue our quest to pass the Save America Act, which we are not letting go of.
I know you wouldn't. And I saw the other day a little update. I think you said over 1 year, the book, the members of Congress that you've been involved in stirring things up, and you've lost, is it 50+ pounds?
Yes. Yeah, this has been a year of growth and elevation. And from my weight loss journey, becoming an author, the book is going to be released on June 9th, The Persistence, which is available on Amazon. Thank you for bringing that up. And, we went from electing Republicans in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to working with members of Congress to actually pass legislation. And so I hope that this is going to be continued growth, and ultimately we're going to be successful in helping to secure our elections this year.
You are the persistence. You are an incrementalist extraordinarily. That is the genius of this. So we have big plans to help promote the book, Scott. So we'll be talking to you about that, and listeners are thrilled to hear that. It comes out on June 9th. Do you start back when you started I think it was Baltimore the first, and I remember coming to Philadelphia, cleaning up the trash, and it was tons of it at one point.
Yeah, so the title of the book is The Persistence, How Scott Presler Cleaned Up America's Cities, Seized the Voter Registration Effort from the Democrats, and helped to elect Donald Trump. And so I begin a little bit, about my life growing up, but I ultimately talk about how the cleanup effort kind of launched our voter registration and philanthropy into the national stratosphere. and ultimately the work that all of us did together in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which led to President Trump's reelection. And so it's kind of a personal story to a tutorial to talking about the most important issues plaguing our country today, which in my opinion is illegal immigration, and ultimately what is the pathway forward. And part of it is the redistricting battle that is going on right now.
And I would have to say, I don't know about you, but surprisingly well, I was surprised. They must have just, and you know Virginia, I mean, that's your home turf, that this Supreme Court was going by the book and saying they violated state law here big time, and now they want to lower the retirement age potentially to the age of 53, lowering it by 21 years approximately.
Well, I want to be clear on something, Dom. A lot of people gave me a hard time in 2025 last year for taking on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And they said, Scott, why are you doing this? Why are you doing a foolhardy effort that you know is going to be unsuccessful? What I've learned, Dom, in life is you do the right thing because it's the right thing, whether or not you're going to be successful. And the court, just as a reminder, shut us down during COVID, didn't secure our elections, acted undemocratically. And I'm not just going to sit by and watch horrible things happen and do nothing about it. And where I'm going with this is look at how, interestingly, Supreme Court Justice David Weck just left the Democrat Party and became an independent. I think part of the reason why he's done that is we showed we are going to hold to account every elected official from the very top of the ballot, the Supreme Court justice, to governor, to state and local officials. And to tie this into Virginia, sorry, I'm doing a President Trump weaving moment. Virginia acted correctly and decided correctly. Dom, do you know why? Because when we went to Virginia and crisscrossed the Commonwealth getting out the vote, the election was only decided by 3 percentage points. It was so close. Exactly. And it went from a state that went 15 points for Spanberger to being close, which is, I think, why they did the right thing.
Oh, I agree with you. Scott, put on your radar screen, too, because you're the ultimate guy. I'd like to I had the lieutenant governor candidate, at least the one that
Jason Ritchie.
Jason Ritchie was excellent in studio yesterday. You know, and I'm talking, just trying to figure out what's happening out there. And there appears to be a bit of a sense that this guy, John Ventry, could win the nomination for lieutenant governor. I don't know if you know him. He is a UFO guy, not in a good sense, back in the wackadoodle sense, and got bounced because of some racial racist comments he made. If he became the lieutenant governor, and I've been urging listeners, the Presler way, you got to vote any chance they give you to vote, the smallest thing, primary, it doesn't matter. And that includes you, and we'll get to that. You have to vote. This guy cannot be the lieutenant governor nominee. If he happened to be, Scott, we know what the media, and Josh Shapiro apparently is behind the efforts to make him the nominee.
Well, I speak to what I know.
Right.
And I speak to my experiences and things that I have firsthand experienced. And I know Jason Ritchie. Jason Ritchie has always been there. He has always been loyal. He's a party guy. He's a Republican. He helps with voter registration efforts, and I am voting for Jason Ritchie. I actually have my mail-in ballot at my house that I will be turning in person to my Beaver County elections office, and I am voting for Jason Ritchie as our next lieutenant governor.
Absolutely, absolutely. Scott, how does it feel? Any sweaty palms, whatever. You've been with some of the biggest people in the country, including President Trump. They acknowledge you helping to push him over the top. The first time you're running for an elective capacity, let's say, with the state committee in Beaver County.
You know, I'm nervous because I take this seriously and I want to do a good job. And the most important thing that I want to be is I want to be consistent and have my votes and my actions match my words. and I don't want to become the very thing that I have been railing against in Washington. And that's why I've made promises, and that I will always bring up votes before we vote on them. I will always listen to the Republicans of Beaver County before we vote on issues, like I'll be going to Philadelphia soon in June for my first vote. And everything that I will do will bring transparency, communication, and I want to be a true statesman in this next role that I hope the voters will vote for me on Tuesday, May 19th in Beaver County, Pennsylvania.
And how do we help with that again? It gets to Presler mode. If we know people there, where would that be? What congressional district? Where is it, Scott?
This is the 17th congressional district. So this is Deluzio, Congressman Democrat Deluzio, right outside of Pittsburgh. But if you know anyone in Beaver, just please humbly ask them if they would consider voting for me. I would love to represent them. And most importantly, though, I just ask for everyone to please vote in the May 19th Republican primary. I will be voting for Stacey Garrity. Congratulations to Doug Mastriano on his ambassador nomination. I will be voting for Lieutenant Governor candidate Jason Ritchie. I will be voting for John Costanza to replace Rob Matsey, Democrat in Beaver County. And I will be very humbly voting for myself for state committee in Beaver County.
Absolutely. And one more update on the Save America Act. I see that John Thune out there trying to claim he's done everything he can to bring this to a head. Exactly.
No, it's such baloney. He said they had spirited debate. No, they didn't have debate. They had Republicans showboat on the Senate floor and didn't force a single Democrat to speak against it. And look, I'm all about this, about being honest, not disingenuous. They voted on whether or not to attach the Save America Act to FISA. That is not a vote on the bill. They voted on whether or not to have the Houston Amendment, which is photo voter ID. They didn't vote standalone on the Save America Act. They didn't do the talking filibuster. They didn't have debate on it. And they aren't calling out the 4 members of the Senate that have consistently voted against it. Tom Tillis of North Carolina, Lisa Murkowski in Alaska, which we just went to Alaska, by the way, Susan Collins in Maine, who said she supports it but then didn't vote to attach it to the Save America Act to FISA, and Mitch McConnell out of Kentucky. So what you can expect from me is I'm meeting with senators and members of Congress tomorrow in Capitol Hill. I'm going to continue to be a voice from the Commonwealth to the Capitol, and we are not letting this issue of election integrity go down.
Absolutely. Know that you would not. More out there. Scott, where do we find you? Where can people volunteer, help, or see what you're up to?
Thank you. Our website is earlyvoteaction.com, and you can find me on everything at Scott Presler. And I would love at some point, Dom, when my book is released on June 9th, to do a book signing event while you do a radio show somewhere in the greater Philadelphia area.
Yes, well, we have, I don't know if you include Mulligan's in that. That's a spot. That
Absolutely.
Okay.
You can do that.
Johnny's putting extra beers out there right now. Yeah, Mulligan's. I can't give the date yet, Scott, but it's in that time frame around there.
Let's do it.
All right. You got it. Henry, put that up on the board. Take another beer in there. All right. Thank you, Scott, very much. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on. All right, so we'll give you all this stuff with Mulligan's. Just informed this morning, but the details will follow, Johnny, and everything else. I just hope there's Greek food on the menu. Come on, Johnny, this year. You got to get a Greek. Let Zenos put an apron on and get back in there. All right.
Some ouzo there.
Well, that's it. That will be no oysters. It's a no oyster event. Come on now. No more oysters. No more mockery. Henry, you can eat 30 oysters in my stead then. You can be testing. How do you like that? Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm not doing it.
It's a horrible thing. I don't care what that Mike Testis says.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, what do I have to eat next? I had to drink vodka one year, which was pleasant. Johnny put enough things in there. I'm not a vodka fan. I'm not going down that path. All right. It's 855-839-1210. Yeah, Scott Presler's book out, The Persistence. What a story. And he mentioned the headline. All right, the trash pickup was incredible. The headline, though, is Presler and the issue of changing. It was a Democrat thing, voter registration. And this guy swoops in and steals that niche, not niche, but that niche from Democrats. He is the premier voter registration guy in the country, maybe in the world. One other note before the money melody. Rand Paul is being condemned by the CIA, and they're wrong. I don't care if it's the Trump CIA or not, for subpoenaing the agent alleging this COVID-19 cover-up. They say bad business here, CIA, special stuff. Now, I wanted to hear this guy, this whistleblower today, accuses Fauci of the COVID cover-up in a bombshell hearing. We'll give you more details on that maybe tomorrow, but it's happening. And look, Rand Paul is not an easy guy. He's kind of quirky, shall we say, to deal with at times. But on this issue, he's been among the best. I can't know why they wouldn't indict, even though Rand Paul said there's still hope on something else that Fauci could be indicted on. It becomes clear each day, though, that he helped to move us away from gain of function and talk about all these other things like wet markets, et cetera. And just think, Bill Devlin mentioned it today, and I know several people personally who text me, when he was on, about him helping them to not have to take the vaccine or lose their job. Think about all the things that went on. Think of just this petty little dictator, Wolfman Hack, Governor Wolf, the businesses he put out of business. Winners and losers. This can be open, this pool company, but not that. Wally Zimmerlong, our other buddy, the big-time lawyer, swooping in and trying to help with that. Think of those days and what people went through. Maybe the worst, the schools. Randy Weingarten. Never ending, just never ending, and they're itching to get back into doing that again to us. And look, it was reasonable the first month, 6 weeks, whatever, when it became apparent of what we were up against, to take precautions. All kinds of things that needed to be done to try out. But then after a period of time, it became unreasonable. It just became part of the ideology and various agendas that had nothing to do with public safety. That's what it came down to. All right, we got enough lines, don't you think, guys? And we can,
I guess we'll see.
It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody. Where's all the money gone?
Well, Henry's quarterbacking it if it goes badly. If not, I said, let's do that. It's a great one. Henry, what do you have today? You want Kirk to maybe give it out here? Or no,
sorry.
Go ahead. That's okay. Take your time.
Yeah, Dom. So side question today.
Yeah.
We're asking for something you associate with China.
Uh-huh.
And I'd say this person from Hong Kong is definitely someone we'd all associate from China. This actor and singer has actually released 20 albums since 1984 and has performed vocals in Cantonese, Mandarin, Japanese, Taiwanese, and English. And he's done so many things that he's even covered the best Disney movie original song, I'll Make a Man Out of You. Donny Osmond did the English version. Right?
Oh, man, the great Donny Osmond.
But the Money Melody answer here today did the Chinese version. And that's what I'm going to play you here today. I want to know who this Hong Kong man is singing here, who's had a pretty successful singing career, a very successful movie career, and is so famous that he actually has a Pokemon named after him.
Wow.
So I'm going to play you this.
On this, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to play you this.
I'm still working on the Donny Osmond part here, though.
Yeah, this isn't Donny Osmond, so don't call him with that answer. I want to know who this Hong Kong citizen is singing I'll Make a Man Out of You. Take a listen. Famous on the screens, the stereos, and in the world of Pokemon. Want to know who this actor and singer is?
All right, and if you do that, you'll get a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the Portland Sea Dogs at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania, Wednesday, June 10th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. You do that at 855-839-1210. We'll get your answer coming up. More calls, something associated with China. By the way, a couple of police sources today indicating too, and I forgot to mention, I'll mention it now. Today is the 41 years ago anniversary of the Move bombing and all the nonsense that came out of that. If you weren't here in the area then or don't remember it, gas cans there and dropping a bomb on it, okay. Then rebuilding those homes because they let them be burned down because of gunshots being fired at. And Frank Rizzo said, well, if you're a fireman, you're a fireman. If you don't want to do something dangerous, be a hairdresser, that remark. And then they had to rebuild the homes because they were built extremely poorly. That's Philadelphia right there. Thank you, Wilson Good. 41 years ago. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time association with China and give us an answer on this. Henry gave you a lot of clues. Let's get a winner here next on Talk Radio 1210.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Looking to elevate your home with timeless beauty? At Suburban Marble and Granite, a proud veteran-owned business, craftsmanship meets premium quality. They source only the finest imported stone from around the world, perfect for kitchens, bathrooms, slab walls, outdoor spaces, and custom projects that truly stand out. From design to installation, their team delivers A-plus service and stunning results every step of the way. Suburban Marble and Granite, endless possibilities, spectacular results. Visit suburbanmarble.com to get started today.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun. And the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed thanks to Price Assure. And make sure you're all set for that first barbecue. They'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Memorial Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs and save up to $5,000 plus an additional $1,500 instant rebate. Bring resort-style living home with endless pool swim spas and save up to $10,000. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $3,000. Hurry to Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehottubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
Ready for your next Jeep? Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the perfect fit waiting. Step into a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler with legendary capability. Now leasing for just $392 a month during the Declaration of Deals event. Need more? We have over 25 Jeep Grand Cherokees packed full of savings. Stop by during Declaration of Deals event to get your next Jeep at 422jeep.com or visit us at 15 D&L Drive 100 in Limerick. 39-month lease, 7,500 miles per year, $29.99 to signing. Zero security deposit with approved credit plus tax, tag, title, and any other governmental charges. Expires 5/31/2026.
If you're ready to propose, step up to the fifth C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. At Cozy Jewelers, you sit down directly with Paul to design a custom engagement ring that tells your story. And because he's the manufacturer, you get exceptional quality and value. No mass-produced settings, no shortcuts. Every piece is carefully inspected before it leaves. For a ring built to last generations, go see Paul at Cozy Jewelers.
93% of Pennsylvanians killed in a car crash while unbelted could have survived if they'd just buckled up. One simple click, a second of your time. It's the difference between making it home to your loved ones or not making it home at all. Whether you're a driver or a passenger, make the life-changing choice to wear a seatbelt. Every drive, every time. It's not just the law, it's common sense. Buckle up, PA. Learn more at penndot.pa.gov/safety.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Never miss a moment from the Dom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right, Henry gave you a lot of clues. Rest the voice. I think they're listening. Let's hear this cover of the hit Disney song.
It's not Donny Osmond. Who is this singing in Mandarin?
Nicely done.
You know, Ro made me go to a Marie Osmond thing where she actually went through the audience and she was tussling the hair of men, which I wouldn't allow, and rubbing bald-headed men's head.
Oh, no,
the rubbing of the baldy, yeah. Man, yeah. I didn't see any toupees come off. Not a good move. It was in Atlantic City. Oh, my God. Chris in Yardley. Hey, Chris, afternoon. What's your answer?
Hi, is it Jackie Chan?
All right.
All right, there you go, Chris.
Nice.
Right on the money. You get the belt today, yes, Jack. Oh, Jackie Chan. Yes. Yeah, you got it. Okay. And you get the Scott Jennings book. All right, while that's going on, Henry's busily getting me.
4-pack of tickets.
Oh, yeah, the 4-pack of tickets,
not
right.
the book.
Yeah, I read already. Yeah, the 4-pack of tickets. See the Reading Phillies, Portland Sea Dogs at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania, Wednesday, June 10th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. Oh, yeah, not the Jennings book. That's right. Okay. So, this guy, Larry Fink, and when you got a name like Fink, you know, it's pretty tough. He's with the president. He's one of the big guys. And the headline, and we'll play this for you, he talks about drone warfare. He's in China with the president. And he's talking about pushing back on Americans who are opposed to these AI data centers, kind of accusing and starting the motion here that we're not going to let them commit domestic terrorism on this. Now, I happen to think the way to push back against AI, at least here in our region, in our area where we reach, is these AI data centers. I don't think people want them. I don't know of any community that wants them that's out there. We're going to see how that develops. You know, and being in China, of course, we get lectured. Well, the Chinese are going to kill us then with AI. They'll have all the advantages of this. We're in a race with them. We played you that woman yesterday speaking. In fact, if we have that, Henry, just a little reminder. She is apparently a real estate developer, something of that name, commencement speaker at a school in South Florida that's a huge public school. They're even in the Big 12. Listen to what she told the graduates, what she thought she was telling them would get cheers about AI.
The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. I struck a chord. May I finish? Only a few years ago, AI was not a factor in our lives.
All right, yeah, she's just stunned by this. Like, what the hell's going on? Now, here's Larry Fink. What is his group? Is it BlackRock? There's a Blackstone. There's a BlackRock.
BlackRock.
Yeah, he's a guy, as I remember it, that when the Chinese dictator came to San Francisco, led the charge, and we played it a lot, of these big, huge executives. He wants to tell you how to live, this guy. You know it, and I know it. Middle class, he wants to tell us how to live, this guy. He wants to be in charge. He was standing on the chair, leading a standing ovation for the Chinese dictator. How in the world? Was he reading Pope Leo's book? This guy gets a standing ovation? He doesn't even get a golf clap. It's just all business, that we have to deal with them. How do we deal with them, et cetera? That's about all I can muster. I'm not clapping. You clapping for this murderer? Did you lose someone to the virus? Did you have to deal with the virus? We're going to clap for this guy? I don't think so. But listen to Fink laying down the gauntlet from China about these AI centers and what they're not going to allow because they're afraid of drone warfare. Here's a guy that wants to tell you how to live. Fink.
But now, because of drone warfare, we have to relook at all forms of security. And the need for rebuilding the GCC region, to rebuild it so that it's going to be in a position where it's not going to be obstructed by drone warfare. So many more things are going to have to be underground. But even here in the United States, if we're going to be building, let's say, these 1 gigawatt data centers, how do we make sure we're not protecting those $50 billion, $75 billion investments? We have to relook at everything because of the role of drone warfare. Right now, we're looking at it internationally, but one of my concerns is, could it be a domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone? So all of these things are actually opportunities, not problems. It's going to require, as we said, trillions of dollars of capital. Governments cannot build these out alone. They don't have the wherewithal. And two, their deficits are started to be mounting. And we spend too little time talking about the U.S. deficits and other countries' deficits. So this is all going to be the role of private sector.
All righty then. And where are we building them? Where in the Delaware Valley, sound of my voice and beyond, where is it people are open arms? Oh, Larry Fink, bring your AI centers here, your AI data centers. Where is that? Every time these come up, the town hall and the meetings and all, you know what happens. People go nuts. Are they irrational? I'm sure Fink would tell us that. I'll do more on him tomorrow. We'll go back through the catalog here. But from China, he's one of the big business guys there, wanting to do more with the dictator, led the charge, standing ovation, standing on the chairs in San Francisco to cheer on. In what universe are we living here? Now, I don't think people are going to accept them here in our area. And again, I get this voice telling us, well, then China's going to rule the world with AI. You heard those college kids, though. In their gut, their instincts tell them there's a lot of stuff here and there are not enough guardrails. Too many people are rushing forward without the guardrails because of their own agenda. And this guy is, to my knowledge, the big guy who wants to, you think of that World Economic Forum, those guys wanting to tell us how to live. Let's be a renter society and all that. This guy has those delusions of grandeur. It's not just about money to him. It's about the power to say this is the way to go. So it's going to be really interesting to see each one of these communities here locally. And do they go for the AI center? Doesn't seem that way. Are these people then, I had several people text me. I never heard that word. Are they Luddites? Are we Luddites here? Even though AI isn't like the Industrial Revolution and the Luddites. I proudly wear that when it comes to this. Am I missing something here? What, we might talk tomorrow. The biggest upside of AI. It's going to cure cancer. Well, what's it waiting for? Oh, well, it's, come on now. That's pretty big. Are you disputing that AI is going to cure cancer? Yeah, Because I don't think this is something that artificial intelligence is going to probe versus humans who have better instincts on this. That's what I'm betting on. 855-83. It's time for another round on Jeopardy. Who do we tag in to take on the machine this time? I might be able to root for Ken Jennings against the AI.
It's got to be Holtzauer.
Yeah, that's who I want. The gambler, because his instincts. Take that machine.
Or the guy in Mikey Sherrill's office.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put those two up against
those
him,
guys. Yeah, put those two against the machine. Have them conspire to beat the machine by trying to throw, I don't understand. That's right. You don't understand. All right. More calls coming up, and we'll get a winner today. Hey, if you're going to the Bent's Dental Group, good. Over the years, I've successfully told you about Dr. Bent's because I've been going to the Bent's Dental Group, Dr. Bent's, for over 11 years, coming up on 12. And for most of that time, it was relatively simple. Twice a year cleanings and just keep a look on stuff and occasionally a little trouble here and there. But over the past year, 18 months, wear and tear and bigger stuff happened. And I had my first implant and it went beautifully. Dr. Bent's has the ability, both the infrastructure, his own training, other dentists send the hardest cases there, and he has an instinct to deal with that. He thrives on it. That's what you're getting, tremendous dental care. So what's going on right now is that Dr. Bent's and the Bent's Dental Group has not one, but two board-certified prosthodontists, Dr. Robert Bent's and Dr. Emily Bent's, his daughter. They specialized in advanced and complex dental cases. They use the latest technology to get the most accurate diagnosis right from the start and then build that personalized treatment plan, not just for your smile, but your overall dental health. You're not just getting a quick fix. You're getting as good as it gets dental care that I get. And when you're dealing with dental issues beyond the basics, you just want to feel confident about that smile again. You'll get the Bent's experience. You're in the right place. Get the smile you deserve. Call 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949 or visit Bent's, B-E-N-T-Z, BentsDentalGroup.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've been working with the team at Lexus at Cherry Hill for over 10 years now, and they just helped me get into my beautiful new white RX 350. I absolutely love it. It's gorgeous. The ride is smooth and quiet, and the entire experience at Lexus at Cherry Hill is always first class. From sales to finance, they treat you like family, and they make the whole process easy. They are family-owned and operated, veteran-owned, and you can truly feel the difference. If you're thinking about a new car, visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. May weather is nice, but the summer heat is coming, and so are the high utility bills. Don't wait for your AC to start working overtime. Call Window Nation now. During Window Nation's May sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Replace your windows and get half of them absolutely free. Plus, get zero down and no payments or interest for 2 years. The experts at Window Nation will install your windows in 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big. Schedule your free consultation at windownation.com.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
It's a warmer and breezy day today ahead of our next storm system. With skies partly sunny, we'll reach a high of 76. For tonight, mostly cloudy skies, some showers around at times with a low 56. And for Thursday, becoming partly sunny and a bit cooler with a high 68.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right. Dom Giordano Show, China, something associated with it. Obviously, a couple quick nuggets. Bill Devlin did text me photos of this prayer circle of maybe 10 to 12 nuns of Mother Teresa of Calcutta there at K&A. Oh, my God. Just an iconic street address here in Philadelphia, not for anything good. And Devlin there with them. Kensington getting better. And the fraud group, chaired by Vice President Vance at the anti-fraud event, one of the deputies said it shouldn't take a brave kid to expose what's going on here in America, talking about Nick Shirley. And what he did in just an eye, just like Presler does, for the entertainment park. Remember the photo of the Learning Center, not Learning Center, and they're getting all that money in hallway after hallway? The one that got me is when we had Dr. Oz on, and he talked about, 100 or more within 4 blocks in Van Nuys, California, of hospices. What? Preposterous. They were fraudulent. And the Somali infrastructure, the worst of all, using phony autism centers. Autism centers. So Vance says he gets it. We'll see. They're talking today about more people being indicted and going to jail. I want to see the list. I want to see thousands of people go to jail in this. Tens of thousands, probably. And sadly, a good amount of it seems to center around this Byzantine network of various immigrant groups who are not doing their part in America. The Somali stuff, the Russians, you know what I'm talking about here. In different encounters, Ohio now. I hope they're working their way to Philadelphia soon, because we know it's here. All right, Kristen Yardley is next on Talk Radio 1210. Afternoon, Chris.
Hi, Dom. I wanted to give an answer for things Chinese. I was thinking chopsticks.
Absolutely. Can you, Chris? Can you eat with chopsticks?
Not very well.
No.
You and me both, Chris.
No, yeah, I don't know how. Henry looks like a chopstick guy. Henry, can you chopstick?
Poorly.
Okay. All right.
I get by.
Yeah, we need instruction in that. And sadly, I don't know, if we have Chinese listener, they might help. Xenos, no help in that.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I'm sure. All right, yeah, chopsticks, big deal. Very authentic. You know, it's fine to eat with, but don't be lecturing. We don't eat with chopsticks, not the way to go. Joe of Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For my side answer, the city of Reading is home to a Chinese pagoda, and I'm not completely certain, but the pagoda represents China's version of a stairway to heaven.
I think that might be what the idea is, Joe. Yeah, I think you could be onto something. By the way, got to get Dr. Oz back. Talking today at this fraud, coming to a head on this, $100 billion in fraud in Medicare and Medicaid. Medicaid even more than Medicare. And we're all on board with this, guys, I think listeners will be saying. But the bottom line is, when are these people going to go to jail? When does this actually happen? This is a big deal to put before the American people. I would run on this during the midterms. Where are the Democrats on this? But you got to see people that actually have consequence on this and not some dodge or something else that happens where, in the end, they avoid consequences. Michael in Wilmington, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir? Thanks for taking my phone call today.
You're welcome.
So much to talk about on your show. I know I have limited time, but God, you hit on so many great points from, the Iranians not being rational, which I've said to you many times on your show, which I don't see them being rational. We are, but like you said, we're dealing with irrational people. So disgraceful how the Pope is behaving. Seems, in my opinion, in some ways he's kind of succumbed, I hate to say it, to some hate, where he feels by going with the media or the mob mentality, as in people who dislike President Trump, he'll be more popular than just standing on his own and calling it like it really is, which is such a shame.
Yeah, and Michael, you think he'd want to rebound here and make a point, say, since he's chastised Trump, make a point, hey, this is evil. You're not getting an award here. We have to do business with you because we're a government too, the Vatican, but we are not going to give you an award.
Yeah, I agree. And the fact that he would turn his own back on the USA for the 250th celebration is so disgraceful for me. It really makes me want to turn my back on him completely.
That is a great point. What in the world, how can he justify the first American Pope, Villanova, the Bears, and all that stuff, and he won't come here on the 250th?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was saying, I think he's got somehow, I'm sorry to say, hatred has gotten in him to where he's going to now be beholden, where he's anti-Trump regardless of what celebration, the 250th anniversary, he is just not going to budge because that's popular. And it's a shame. He's chosen a path of popularism versus being the Pope for everyone.
Well, hey, Michael, and yes, you've hit the right tone. And Sabrina, who called earlier today, what a beautiful call. She hit the right tone. Sometimes, I get wound up. Hers was precise with taking how much it pained her, the Leo merch, out of the window. Probably a big bay window down there in South Philly, too, at 17th and Rittner. No Leo in the window.
Exactly. I mean, because, look, like you said, Dom, his first American Pope, I think she mentioned she was from Peru. He's Peruvian. There's a lot of pride there, celebration. I get it. And then for him to do a 360 like this, it's heartbreaking for a lot of people. Really is.
What's your side, Michael?
Yeah, so my side, Dom, is when I think of Chinese and China, I think of that age-old, great dish, General Tso's or Tso's chicken with the red sauce on it. Who can basically, anytime you order that or see it in the store, I always think of China, General Tso's chicken. All
right, you got it. That is a staple. That is like the template of it. All right, it is the lightning round next. Hit us with that, 855-839-1210. We'll get you on board. As I said, this fraud stuff is huge, and it's very appropriate politically to run on it. And if you missed it at the top of the show, so I don't forget, you heard Scott, too, endorsing Jason Ritchie, who was in studio with us, Lieutenant Governor. It is certainly always the call to vote, even in primaries, even in this stuff, even Lieutenant Governor. But realize there's a faction out there that is positioning this guy, who I think has a number one ballot position, this UFO guy who got bounced around some racial comments. If that guy becomes the lieutenant governor nominee of the Republican Party in Pennsylvania, which I'm told could happen, it's not probable, but it's not outside. Imagine the media and Josh Shapiro, not just in the governor's race, what they'll do with that. So if you're thinking, it's only remember that. Jason Ritchie, Lieutenant Governor. All right, 855-839-1210.
Summer is almost here, and it's the perfect time to start stocking up on easy treats from Tasty Cake. The baked peach pie is a sweet, fruit-filled snack that feels like warm weather is on the way. And the lemon cupcakes are perfect for backyard hangs, weekend outings, and all those busy on-the-go summer days that are right around the corner. So next time you're at your local grocery store, grab a few. Simple, fun, and ready for the season ahead. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So, I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Just got a text from Guy Shiraki, who really is on top of. I mean, we're in like the information capital of the world here, noon to 3, and Guy has a big piece up recently on welfare fraud across Pennsylvania. And the media just, we're really going to cover that? No, they're not. So this fraud stuff is overwhelming. I'm convinced here in the Philadelphia area, this home health care stuff is the belly of the beast. Let's see if, as they pivot now from some of these things and come to our area, if we can get that going. All right, side question today then is something associated with China. Sandra in Malvern. Hey, Sandy, welcome in.
Hi, I was calling with a comment on the Pope. Do you have time for that?
Sure.
Well, first of all, after the last pontificate, we were really hopeful about a new Pope, and since we have a close affiliation to Villanova, we're particularly excited. And I agree completely with your complaints about his political stance, but you said you don't know why people are coming to the church. And I just want to offer a comment as a young person. And people are coming not because of who the Pope is or what any particular bishop or cardinal says. The Catholic Church is so rich in beauty, truth, and tradition, and all of that comes from God, and that's the people who speak.
Well, I hear you. It is a remarkable turnaround. You're right. That always has been there, but suddenly people are finding that, which is a great thing. Sandy, how about the association with China? What's your answer?
I'll say Jimmy Lai. We hope that he's free soon.
Let's hope he is free. That's something the president, yes. That's, I don't know about job one and this whole thing with the dictator, but yes, that we see. And Trump has been remarkable in getting people freed. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony. Earl, what's yours today?
My whole worldview's just been shattered. For 40 years, I've been telling a Vietnam War joke about Chinese Jews, and now I find out they actually exist. So I don't know where I go with that. But my answer is a bit outside the box, and it's going to be war itself. I mean, Sun Tzu wrote The Art of War. Yes. The Chinese developed and invented gunpowder. Fireworks were the first ballistic missiles that gives us bombs and guns. Now China's engaging in economic warfare and biological warfare between COVID and in Florida. There's a disease called citrus greening disease. Took out 100% of the Florida citrus crop. And it's a bacteria that came from China.
All right, thank you, Earl. Yes, you can give them credit, if you will. TNT. Bill in Bucks. He knows about Sherman here. Hey, Bill, good afternoon.
Oh, hey, good afternoon there, Dom. Big night tonight in Bucks County. Stacey Garrity will be here at the Bucks County Republican Committee spring reception. And we're all wondering if Brian Fitzpatrick will show. We don't know.
Well, wait a minute. He might not show for Stacey Garrity?
I don't know.
Well, Bill, you know what? You got to put on your docket. Give me a blow-by-blow tomorrow. For listeners who forget, this is a guy that said Josh Shapiro will win and should run for president. So there is...
And he invited him to his wedding this June with you
got to get me the invite list. You know what, Henry? Have you looked in there? Am I invited to the Fitzpatrick wedding?
I don't think I've got an
come
invite
on
yet.
now. That's an outrage.
I'm not invited. I'm not invited, but I did get a Christmas card from him.
But nobody has been a bigger supporter. No, not really. So, Bill, tell us tomorrow what happens there. And look, Bill, I'll put it on your radar screen because you're inside all this stuff. I am concerned and really pushing listeners that Jason Ritchie yesterday off air, sort of on air, talking about this guy, the UFO guy, might have a shot at winning the nomination for lieutenant governor.
I voted for him, but he does not have first ballot position. That's the unfortunate thing. That's all.
You voted for Ritchie?
Yes, I did. I mailed it in already.
Yeah, but you're aware of this guy Ventry, the UFO guy,
Yes, I know.
got bounced for some racial stuff. You know what would happen, and Josh Shapiro...
I call him a fringe candidate.
Yeah, but
Fringe.
Josh Shapiro behind it, pushing it. So that's my worry.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. He also helped Mastriano 4 years ago.
Absolutely. All right, Bill, what's your answer here?
My answer is a person who is mentioned in a Beatles song from the White Album. The song was Revolution, and the phrase goes, the lyrics goes, but if you go carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, you ain't going to make it with anyone anyhow. Talking about Chairman Mao Tse-tung.
Absolutely. Arguably up there. Who knows? I mean, the numbers are staggering of the greatest killers in human history. And yet, apparently, John Lennon said that. I don't know that he really meant it. Maybe somebody else wrote it. All right, Kirk, we're coming down to the wire here.
Yep.
These were great calls
Absolutely.
today. What did you like?
I loved Lance with ping pong from South Philly.
Okay.
Yep.
Henry?
I liked, let's see, Robert and Ben Salem's Marco Polo answer. I liked the Rabbi's 1 in a Million joke. And the Earl of Tacony with the war.
Yeah, that was, I got to go with the rabbi joke about the 1 in a million with, if you want a 7'6" guy, stand in line. There's got to be a dozen of them in China. Yeah. Might be able to play basketball, but free Hong Kong. All right. The former Sixers president, that was his greatest contribution to me, though, putting free Hong Kong out there and showing what we're up against.
Well, he didn't do anything else.
Well, there you go. All right, we'll have more on all this tomorrow. Tony Bruno standing by for 3 big hours to take you home in studio today here, back in the city. And tomorrow, again, great stuff by Henry today. Scott Presler was on fire. Don't forget his book. We'll have more on that and more on Mulligan's. Johnny, you're going to need a bigger boat and place for what we're going to do this year for Dom Giordano Day. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive